Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, August the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Yes. Great. Okay, guys. Now, just a comment about Driven, DRVN. Now, what might have happened is it might have been another symbol before Driven, okay? Because I'm looking at another chart and it goes back to the same thing. This is a trading view chart, and that goes back to January of 2021. So it may have been another symbol before Driven. At any rate, DRVN, maybe it's technically not an all-time low if it was another symbol before Driven, but right now we are showing it as an all-time low, and it's an earnings play, and it is gapped way down. So there are a ton of earnings plays. Let me get to some of the non-earnings plays right now. See if they're going to have any sort of continuation today. AHI. Don't see any news. I do see some news. Okay, to re-enter China with an exclusive license to deal with the Changlin network technology. So that is AHI. This is an Australian stock. AHI. Low float. Well, no float. Got to get to the bottom of this, with our no float and no short float percent. In fact, what I'm going to do, just give me one moment. Okay, so there's AHI. Now, Meds, I think, is an earnings play. Take a look at Meds, MEDS. There's so many earnings plays, guys. I cannot go over them all, but these are the ones that kind of showed up here. Meds is not an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. This is up because announces the close. Now, that was on the 31st. I have no idea why this. I don't know why this one is up right now. Announces the closing of acquisition, but that was on the 31st. So I really don't know why this one is up right now. MEDS. It's a big move though. Look at that float, 333,000 in the float. RBT Rubicon, that was moving higher at the end of the day yesterday and continued on after hours, maintaining that after hours gap. RBT through the 200-day moving average also yesterday. So this is, what sort of room does this have? That might have some room to about 2. No, AHI is not an earnings play. I'm not going over the earnings plays, right? I'm trying to get some of the smaller ones. CDLX, I think. This is an earnings play, post-market. Yeah, this is an earnings play, CDLX. Actually, I noticed though that Craig Hallam has coverage, hold target, or a hold and a target of 15, so it's almost there. CMBM is an earnings play. This is a big gap down. Look at that one, 32% hit on earnings right now. CMBM, not an all-time low, but man, oh man, that is a massive gap down. Low float, 11.9 million in the float. CMBM. Tiva. Tiva is an earnings play. Yes, an earnings play. Gap up on earnings. Tiva, gap up on earnings. 879 is the VWAP. 885 is the 200-day moving average. So you can see it's right in that area for Tiva. You can see that blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So that is an interesting level for it to be. If it can take out that level, the next high is actually not that far away. Okay, guys, ADAI is now starting to pop up. ADAI starting to pop up. T-Stamp. Didn't know that was the name of this company. T-Stamp receives privacy secured biometric identification and verification patent. Okay, so that just happened, I guess, or that's a headline right now. I don't know if that had happened also before, but this is a headline that's now appearing. So that is for the ADAI, another low float, of course. GNRC. This is an earnings play, and this is a big gap down on earnings. GNRC down 16%, 61 million in the float. So not high, not low. Look at this gap down for GNRC. Wow. I mean, the 200-day moving average is at 115, 115, 66, 56. So we're way above that still. That is a big gap down for GNRC. Is TUP confirmed to have earnings today? Let me take a look. PUP. Well, we have it for August 9th. So I don't know where you're getting a confirmation about earnings on TUP, but we have it August 9th. But but I see a little E here. Well, maybe it is because I'm also seeing I'm seeing an E in our charts. I'm seeing an E on the trading view charts. There's an E in our charts, which has earnings today before the market open. So interesting because we have it right here, August 9th. So, and yet when I'm looking at, I don't see in my interactive red line, my interactive brokers headline news. I don't see an earnings release here. So it's a little confusing. Well, I don't know because I don't have a headline here. Normally if it's an earnings play, I will see it. I will see, the release right here and the headline. But I do see an E here and I do see an E in our chart. So I don't think it is, but whatever, we'll just have to watch it, I guess, but I don't think it is. CWH, CWH, CWH. This is an earnings play. CWH, another one that has gotten down a little bit on earnings. CWH, big. Let's see, the 200-day moving average is below it. Now, VRT appears to be an all-time high. VRT is an earnings play, and it appears to be an all-time high. You're using a top list for that? Maybe just do an account reset. Go to account and do a reset. Okay, reset connection. Or maybe reload. I don't know how else I can help you. I'm looking at my watch list here. This is live always. So yeah, this is live always, and I'm getting data. So maybe just do a reset of some sort. Okay. Or maybe you might have to reload trade ideas. Elf. Wasn't this a trade of the week a few weeks ago? This is just a wow, what a move here, guys. This is an all-time high now for Elf. I guess people are really into beauty. Seriously, I mean, this is an all-time high for Elf. Price target of 135 put on by Truist. You tried both. Do you have a green ball in your you have a green ball? Okay, now the only other thing I can think of, um, did you get an email asking you to sign or to verify that you're not a professional trader and all that? You have to do the exchange agreements. It's the only other thing I can think of that maybe you didn't do the exchange agreements, and that even though it might say a green ball, you're not actually connected. How about anything else? Are you getting any other data? That was yesterday though, at 9:30 the scanners work. Now, are you saying they've not worked at all? Well, the only other thing I can think of here, to tell you what, let me give you mine. Give me a moment. I'm going to duplicate this into a free floating window. See if you can load mine. If you can't load mine, then there's something going on in your account. In which case, I'll just send you to our account, okay? And they can check your account. You'll just give me your email, and they'll check your account to see what's going on, okay? SMFL guys, now this had a huge pop up to $3, and it's come almost right back down. I don't see any news for SMFL. And then you, not you, but you, the symbol. This is an earnings play, you, and this is a pretty interesting one, perhaps, guys. This is through the 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart, through the 200-day. Now, again, guys, I cannot go over every single earnings play, but if you have my pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down, just do a double left click on the earnings date column. Look at all the earnings plays. Look at them all. These are just the ones that have passed my filters for the pre-market. I mean, it doesn't mean these are the only ones. So you might see something of interest. There's Boulder, BLDR, ARDX, Tiva. Some are more expensive, like Humana. But here are all the earnings plays. And on the way down, earnings plays again. Double left click on the earnings date column on my pre-market actors down. If you have the scans, look at all these earnings plays. Oh my gosh, look at them all. Way more down than up. There's Electronic Arts. Pinterest had an interesting, in fact, when I read it this morning, I would have thought the Pinterest would have been up, but when I say I read, I saw a comment about it and I thought that would have been up. You see, this is what happened. It released earnings after hours and had a spike up. Anyway, I mean, there's just so many earnings plays, guys. Cannot go over them all. But I'm going to rely on PJ to give me the best one. Let me get this done here. Okay, and the ADMP did a financing. So let me just do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Does that work, Green? If not, I'll send you to our homepage, okay? And just give them your email address and say, hey, something's going on. I'm not getting any data. My charts are my top list windows, even though I've got live always. Here's the homepage, just in case the reset and a reboot doesn't help at all. Or if you could not get any data from mine, then there's really something going on. Well, my scanner works. Okay, there's got to be something with your scanner then and you're okay. It's very possible that maybe you've got some filters in there that are not allowing, if you've got the relative volume filter working, then you're not going to get any data until the market opens. So you might want to check, right click on your top list window, configure, and if you've got the relative volume filter here, then you're not going to get any data. Now, if you had it before, then I can't help you. In other words, if you've been using that top list before and you've had data, then I really can't help you on that specific one. Okay, let's take a look at some of the upgrades. And see if there's anything interesting. So I see Citigroup is upgraded AMD guys, upgraded it to 136. I don't know what. Well, let's see what it's at right now. AMD. Citigroup has upgraded it to 136. Okay, that's a pretty big up. That's a pretty big upgrade. Now, what I read about Yale is Apollo trying to do something for them, raise some money, and I don't necessarily mean this Apollo real estate, but Apollo. In fact, I know I don't mean Apollo real estate, but a hedge fund, Apollo. Fresh is an earnings play, guys. I did see this earnings play, and it's been upgraded to a $15 price target by Canaccord. Take a look at FR. $15. Okay, it's way above that now, so who cares? So for those AMD players, I mean, if you think that Citigroup, I know I think it's an earnings play, isn't it? Also AMD. So if you think that Citigroup upgrade is going to help, he is an upgrade by JP Morgan up to 1350. Probably not a big deal. All right, here's an upgrade for Oshkosh, OSK. Is this an earnings play? I don't, yeah, well, it was an earnings play yesterday, upgraded by, who's doing that? Baird to 137, 137. OSK, an upgrade, 137. Again, doesn't mean it's getting there, okay? But that is what Baird is saying. A couple of upgrades for Siri. All right, take a look at some of the downgrades. I don't see anything from JP Morgan yet, or not JP Morgan, but Morgan Stanley. They've had some pretty good ones. IDAI guys still on the move here. I'm hearing it. My gap up. IDAI on the move. JP Morgan downgrading CMBM earnings play today. There's an electronic arts downgrade by now UBS downgraded. Now remember UBS had that big effect on what was that stock a couple of days ago? UBS had a huge effect on a stock a couple of days ago. So there is you downgrade. Yeah, well, with the price target of 142, so it's way below that now. And I'm assuming you can't hear me tapping away on my keyboard. I think the noise canceling is fine today. Okay, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. I didn't see anything from Morgan Stanley, who've been kind of on fire lately. Not more, yeah, Morgan Stanley, yes. Now, market was mixed yesterday. Again, the only one I really care about. I just am always intrigued to see where XLE is. Just want to see where XLE is. Okay, still above that 200-day moving average, of course. Now let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for a big gap down right now. I'm going to click on that dot channel bar, click on show more, and then click on our sector status. Let's take a look at the major sectors before the market opens. We've got about 10 minutes before the market opens. Whatever that means anymore. Now that anybody trading after like not what like anybody trading way after hours with interactive brokers now that they're open 24 hours a day. Anyway, XLE Energy, XLE. So there's a major ETF for energy. 90%. What does that mean? 90% red. That means that 90% of the stocks that make up XLE are down now. 95% are down from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And so, as I said, we're in for a big market move down to start. So no sectors are positive. Positive. There's nothing at least 50% as we speak. Nope. 10,000 stocks now, Mac. 10,000 stocks plus ETFs. Yeah, that would be you know what? I should tonight, maybe if I can remember, maybe look 9 o'clock my time, which would be 12 o'clock Eastern time, midnight. I'll just do a check. I can remember. Guys, WAVD. I mean, I didn't mention this one. This is a super cheap one. They did have some news. Wins a 7-year U.S. government contract. Expects total revenues. A subsidiary of Wave Dancer. Low float. By the way, Pepe, if you're in the room, again, you are a genius. Just in case you're in the room, I'll call you a genius again. I think that's pretty terrible though with IB that how would I know that I had to be on the other version in order to load other layouts? But you're right, that's exactly what happened. I went to the latest, and then I was able to go back and load a layout from previous days. So now I'm back to normal, like having an old friend come back, even though I only it was only one day with the new layout, but it's nice to have it the way I like it. But thank you so much again. I do not take you for granted, my friend. I really don't. Pepe? Well, I mentioned Pepe. I suppose that might sound like Pepe, but I'll have to work on my enunciation. Question on our YouTube. No, you have to go a limit order. B plus does work in the pre and post. Okay, let me just but you have to go in as a market as a limit order. You can't go in at the market, but it does work. Okay, let me just get rid of these. I should have got rid of them yesterday. Oops. Well, let's just say I wanted to take, I don't know, meds. Oops. Okay. See, David, you've just got to go in as a limit order. And that's not just with B plus, that's virtually every broker that I'm aware of. You cannot go in at the market. Okay. So just change that when you where it says down here beside the sell, buy sell, just change it from limit or from market to limit. Okay. I'm gonna get out of this. Oh, but I have to, I'll leave it in there. I'll just leave it in there. All right, guys. Also what might be the good thing about VRT, PJ, look at the float. 313 million in the float, which should mean it shouldn't be too volatile. So let's take a look at AMD just for fun, because the big upgrade was, did I say 135? So this is an earnings play. I'm hearing latch guys. I think this is no, it's not an earnings play. I'm hearing LTCH and don't see any specific news for LTCH. And I just demonstrated how you can get out of, you have to go limit though. You always have to go limit in the pre-market. Doesn't matter whether you're using B plus or your broker, you have to go as a limit order. I just got out of that trade in the simulator. And share your layout during a video, I would have it. Don't quite understand your Barry. How okay, I'm assuming how are you doing? Can share your layout doing a video, I would have it. I would love to have it. Well, just the way you have to do it in the pre-market, Z. There's no other way to do it. You have to get out with a limit order. I mean, if the stock has gone way, like yesterday with Nicola, I did very well with Nicola in the pre-market, but you have to go in limit on the buy and you have to go on both the buy and the sell. 1 minute. No, you're jump the gun paradox. 5, 4, 3, 2. Now it is 1 minute. Okay, I don't have a so Neil, if I understand what you're saying, I don't have a layout to share, but I have the individual scans. But I think you probably know that, right? You go to my homepage, go to the scan section, you will see what I'm sharing. Go to the scan section from my homepage. No, no, these are different. Gap up and gap back. Excuse me. The gap up and gap down are different from the momentum up and momentum down. Okay. Mm, sorry, I accidentally put two links in there for you. All right, guys, what time is it? We're open. Let me get rid of this. We're now open. And again, I typically do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. We have our first halt of the day. That this one from yesterday, S&P, first halt of the day. I guess I should have. So the meds, big pop up, big drop now. MEDS. I cannot do my interactive brokers layout, Neil, because it's got all my data on there. Sorry. I mean, it's all on my personal data there. So I mean, I really can't do a video on my interactive brokers layout. All right, guys. Okay, guys. Now Joby's getting hit here. Joby's getting hit here. Now, what I would do is, definitely wait for a 775 anyway before I would really look at it. The reason being is that there are the lows. If it can take out 775, then the next lows are just underneath seven. I don't have a demo account with. I don't quite understand, Neil. I don't have a demo account with IB Interactive Brokers. I'm I'm obviously not understanding what you're wanting from me exactly. There's Joby, guys, but it is early. Driven looks like it's making another new low. Give me one moment, guys. All right, guys. So this was the wild one yesterday. One of the wild ones yesterday. AMSC on the way down again. Yeah. So I'm not sure I quite understand you. I don't have like a demo account with Interactive Brokers. I have a live account. So Goods. What are you doing here? Is that really you or is that somebody else? Oh, driven. I'm surprised it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. And the reason is the volume. The volume has to be 500,000, I believe, in my filter. So that's why it's not showing up. But this is now, I mean, whether it is and it looks like it's going to get halted. Nope, not yet. The little green dot appeared in my interactive brokers. Look at driven, guys. Wow. Okay, guys. Fresh is an earnings play. Let's say 2283 was the alert. Well, what does it, how much room does this have? So let's say 23. Let's see if it took out 23. There's a little high over here around 2369. Has a little bit of room. A little bit of room. 2369 looks like the next high in the weekly chart for fresh FRSH. So this is a pretty big gap down now in the market. We got the gap down. Now the first 15-minute candle is red also. Okay, let's take a look at huge. Is it still high, moving higher here? HUGE, nope. Okay, so this was the IPO yesterday, guys. CTNT, a little move after hours, actually. Not a little move, big move after hours. Nicola's not shortable for me now. The reason I asked or I mentioned this one, I'm testing this up big yesterday, down big today. Okay, I'm testing this one today. This is a scan that I've had for years, but opened it up yesterday just to see. All right, ALIT is an earnings play, and it just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. The problem I've got with it is it's fairly close to 8. Right now it's at 841. It's fairly close to 8. And that, look at the weekly chart. Actually, it's pretty close to 826. So it may stall there, which is too bad. I wish there was a huge amount of room underneath before that next low. I mean, it may just continue down, of course, but through the 200-day moving average, ALIT. Okay, Tiva now. It could be interesting. Tiva, guys. Tiva through the 200-day moving average, and it's an earnings play, and it's through the whole number. And the next high looking left is around 950-ish or so. 947 to be exact on the daily chart. So Tiva's got some room. And Teva being Teva. Okay, guys, Tiva's definitely interesting. The longer it holds over 9, the better. Okay, guys, so Joby looks like 8 is holding it. Looks like 8 is trying to hold Joby, Joby. All right, AXTA now, again, that showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Look what it got to. Got right into the 200-day moving average. What was the low? 2901, and the 200-day moving average is 2884. So far that has held it. So far. Okay, guys, Tiva. Well, these are sort of gapping up, Jose. Okay. But if you're looking for a pure, I mean, we have an earning channel, I think, or one of the channels. I think we have a channel called Gappers. We used to anyway. Surprised. I thought we had a channel called Gappers. But I also have something. Okay, there's the Tiva guys. Give me a moment. I have a multi-strategy window. Gap continuation or reverse. I can give this to you. You can take a look at it. Okay. But these stocks are pretty much gapping anyway. These stocks here, momentum up, momentum down. Depends what you mean by gap. Remember the gap is the first print of the day. I wish I had the guts to short this one, AIXI. There are shorts available, but this is still whippy. AIXI. All right, we're almost 15 minutes in. Okay, well, guess what? VRT is showing up on our AI now. There's a pre-market high was 33.54. It's about $1 away from that pre-market high. So VRT, it's still a little bit whippy for 313 million in the float. A little bit whippy. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 33. I want to see if it gets close to that again. Now the market has had a little bit of a bounce here, a little bit of a bounce. Tiva guys, Tiva. This would have been a great short. I just didn't have the guts to do it, guys, because this was so whippy yesterday. But AMSC just getting hammered here. You know what the interesting thing is? I think it's interesting anyway, is that there's been a lot of short covering, I believe now, because the last time I looked, I could have sworn there were only about 16,000 shares. I may be wrong. Available at Interactive Brokers to short. Now there are 300,000. So I don't know. Maybe just been a ton of short covering. Look at Carvana, guys. Carvana doesn't care what the market's doing. $50 almost. Are you talking about a red to green? We have an alert. I don't use it, but you can create your own scan, and then you can use this alert. I, I'm going to click on an alert window. I'm going to right click on it. Then I'm going to click on configure and then search and cross. Okay, so here are the crosses. Cross above the close, cross below the close. Okay, of yesterday, or if you want the open. So we do have, but I don't have a scanner for it. But you can create your own. Just have to use this filter. Or I'm sorry, this alert. Okay. So did you see what I did there, Irma Chavez? Just right click on an alert window, configure, search, and start typing in cross, CROSS. And then you've got cross above the open, cross below the open, cross above the close, cross below the close. Okay. So red to green, crossed above the close. That would be the one right there. Crossed above the close, red to green. Okay. I don't have a scanner though for it, but you can create your own with the volume you want, price range you want. Oh, I know what it was. It was the AIXI. That's the one that had hardly any shares available. Okay, guys, 3 minutes after now I can start looking a little more intensely. Look at Tiva, guys. Tiva now. Look at Driven. DRVI just another new low. Lots of shares too. 1 million shares available. Okay, guy. Okay, PJ. Maybe your VRT now is starting to perk up a bit. There it goes. Okay, let's see. Oh, driven. This was the number one, and I oh man, I've just messed up my my 10-day daily breakout and all. Okay, give me a moment here, guys. Give me a moment. This is where the docking is sometimes a bit of a challenge when you screw it up. That should tell you where you place the order. So if you got a blue flag, it should that should be the where you took the order. Let's just do one right now for fun. If I want to take L right now, it'll take whoops, take 300 shares. Just one moment. Okay, let me let's see, take buy at the market. Yeah, so that's just telling you where you bought it. If you hover over the flag, it'll tell you. That's all. That's all it means. Okay. Well, guys, Driven was the number one short of the day, and unfortunately, I don't know what happened because I even if I waited to 9:45, the short was at 16:45. I just can't. I think I must have been doing something else, otherwise I would have been piling into that. Or should I wait for Driven to hit a new high before opening a long position? Well, that's entirely up to you, Michael. I mean, this is technically an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Are you're trying to play a bounce? Very difficult. If you, I don't know how new of a trader you are, but bounces are very difficult to time. Figure out where a stock is going to bounce or where a stock you want to short where it's topped out. Very difficult. But I certainly can't tell you. So I'm not sure what you're trying to do. You're trying to play Driven on a bounce. So, Michael, I just answered. I don't. Maybe you didn't hear me. I can't. Like, first of all, I'm not an investment advisor, so I cannot say. But when you say a new high, a new what, a 2 minute high, a 1 minute high, a 5 minute high, and are you trying to play a bounce? And are you new to trading? The reason I say that is that it's very difficult to time a bounce, and this is a stock that's beaten up. I mean, will it bounce at some point? Yeah, probably, but but it's beaten up. It's an earnings play. It's basically an all-time low. The next thing is, can you hear me? Whoa, driven, driven, driven. Sorry, William. I mean, I'm not in it, so I'm not carrying it down. But this is a massive miss by me. I mean, saw it right here in the pre-market. Massive miss. Come on, VRT takes out 33. PJ, it might get it really rocking. Don't know if we really have to have the market totally on our side for it. It should be trading more or less on its own. Look at AI. Holy smokes. AI itself. Okay. Somebody mentioned that AURC was, oh, this one. Yeah, the acquisition. Ha, again, doing its craziness. No, there will be no news. So if you're looking for news on this, next high looking left is 58. Just a minute. Okay, PJ. It's just required a little bit of patience. We got it. Well, you got it, but we got it. I'll say we got it because I definitely that was one to look at, all-time high. Kind of sure. Yeah, you just have to go to my homepage, Jose. Okay, and here's my homepage link, Jose. So if you click on my homepage, and then scroll down to where you see my scans. Okay, my scans. Click here, and there they are. Now, I don't. It's you don't. I don't have the docked version. I have the individuals. Okay, the individual scans. Some people don't like to short, so you can pick and choose which ones you want. The don't repeat. Here's the DR, the don't repeats, and then the repeating version. Okay, look at that DRVN. Okay, so they are there. Now I wish I'd taken more. You always want more when the stock goes up and less when the stock goes down. All right, SPR, is this an earnings play? SPR it is an earnings play, Spirit Aerosystems, but possibly coming into a support area. Oh man, I know you're looking for to go down to 14 or something, William, but what awesome. How about the TARS? Let's see what TARS is doing. TARS. Interesting. You know, the AI is thinking like us. VRT long, DRVN, RAI, short. Okay, this ULCC is now showing up, guys. This is an earnings play also. Now, what did I say though? Yeah, I thought maybe 8 might hold it, so we'll have to see. ULCC. Again, what I'm always talking about, this is the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see it right there. Okay, so yeah, I mean bounces. I mean, will stocks bounce? Of course, they'll bounce at some point, but I think it's very difficult to predict. Now, you're using very low RSI as a potential bounce. If that's part of your trading style, then go for it. I'm not going to say don't do it, but I don't know what sort of a trader you are. If you're new to trading, because trying to play a bounce or trying to play a like something that is topped out and shorting it, not the easiest things to do. After the fact, it looks obvious, but not easy while you're trying to figure it out. But if you think that with a low RSI of 3.2, that is a good bounce zone, then do it. If that's part of your trading plan. What do you think, PJ? One more pop? You can always try it. I don't know if you have trade ideas, but if you have our simulator, you can always try it in our simulator. And then the idea is where would you put your stop? For that one particularly. So let's just try it, okay? Driven. Let's take a look at driven. Okay. Now, where would you put your stop for driven? If you were going to take this on a bounce, it's at 15 right now. You can't go to a chart because this is basically an all-time low. So we have no idea how much further. Are you going to use, I don't know, fibs or, extensions or something like that? All right, guys, this could be an interesting one. BPT had a nice day yesterday, and it is at yesterday's low, just at yesterday's low. And when you look left, 643 is the next low looking left. So this could this could continue down. It's now taken out. It's at the low of yesterday. All right, there's our little another little pop for VRT. Okay, Brush had a 1 for 25 reverse split effective, I believe, yesterday or the day before. Really didn't do much. The RSH. Look at Tiva, guys. Tiva. That was an awesome one. Also, earnings play, and it has a little bit of room left, I think. 950, I said. Yeah, 950. Oh, boy, Driven continues. Actually, our AI has done very well so far today. You can see right here, there's the Driven short, 1609. The VRT long, 3250. AXTA short, 2980. So and even this one, CWH short. Some nice alerts from our AI today. That is part of our premium service. No, Jose, I can't. The reason I don't is it's too overwhelming. Okay, all you have to do is load it yourself. If you have trade ideas, then just load it yourself, Jose. Okay, it's just too overwhelming. I've got too much going on almost on the screen. Okay, but you can just load it yourself. I mean, there it is, and you don't need me. I'm not just talking to you. You don't need has to meet your trading style. Of course, you get an alert. You have to click on it, see what's happening. Keep an eye on the elf guys. The elf. There's the pre-market high. This is an all-time low also. All-time high, excuse me. All-time high also. If it takes out 139-ish, this could get running again. I know it's $3 away, but it's a pretty low float. 50 million in the float. Okay, so there is finally a bounce from 1485 to 1535 for driven DRVN. Now, where could VRT go? We have no idea. The reason being, because it's an all-time high, we don't have to worry about chart resistance. But those of you who play fibs are probably looking at this and maybe looking at fib extensions, and maybe it's coming into an area. Maybe there's a pivot. I don't know. I don't use them. How is this yell trading right now? Okay, PJ, I've taken some off of the VRT. Okay, just in case. I don't like the way the market is right now. I mean, typically we say that an earnings play or something, a stock that has news on its own is sort of insulated from what the market is doing, but within reason. But the market is just getting, a bit of a hammer here. So just having said that, it it bounced up again. Oh, look at AMD. I mean, big move after hours. Big move after hours on earnings. Well, up to 125 or so. Market open, it was still hanging around 120. Sorry, market in the pre-market was hanging around 120. Market opens and it's just gapped down $9. I think the 947 area for Tiva might might be the stalling point. See where it got to 940, and the next high is looking left. You look at that weekly chart. Next high is actually I'm wrong. 960 is no, wait a minute. No, okay, 960 is the next high. Okay, so thought it was more like 950, but that could stall it right in that area. So I have to assume trade swings you are short driven at 1575. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I saw that, Jamie. I saw that credit downgrade from AAA to double A, or I did see that credit downgrade for your government. That's what I meant. Did I say short? Yeah, that's what I meant. Oh man, I've got to just resist. I've got to resist, guys. A lot of shares being snapped up now to short AMSC. And you can see them at Interactive Brokers now only 266 left, 266,000. I missed the BPT. You missed it on that break of 7. Remember RGTI yesterday, guys, had that big run at the end of the day? It's shortable. Ooh, lots of shares available to short. Next low looking left is 242. Well, VRT is hanging tough, really hanging tough, not caring too much about what the market's doing. BPT. So again, guys, I will share this. This is up big yesterday, down big today. And you can see the BPT. I should have the don't repeat version also. I don't, but I should create one. So 706 was the alert. So 675 now. Anything in yellow is a potential short. Of course, the AMC was just insanely good. So it's up big yesterday, down big today. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just support. I better just find something. Friday, Monday, Tuesday. So, William, are you around? Hmm, are you around all next week? No, I'm sorry. Are you around? Are you around all next week? The reason okay, thank you, because Chris is taking off next week and actually starting on Friday. So again, I appreciate so much your opening the room. So, but if you're not around, I'll make sure I do it. But if you're around next week, great. All right, guys. Wow. It's not on my homepage. No, I can give it to you though. Gosh, there's so much happening. So VFC is just showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. However, I'm looking and I'm seeing, just for me anyway, too much resistance around the 20 mark. It is an earnings play, but to me, there's just too much resistance around the earnings. Morning, Brian. Does anybody use MTA5? I have no idea what that means. MTA5. I have no idea what that means. Hey guys, we're getting a little bump in participation in the room. That's very nice to see. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Well, guys, I mean, if you took the Tiva, we're at a very critical level here. 950, of course, but then the 960 is the next high looking left. But the Tiva certainly, on a percentage basis, has performed extremely well from that 10-day daily breakout. Question in our YouTube room: what broker company do you guys use? Excuse me. What depends what you mean by you guys. I mean, Trade Ideas is a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. Okay. I personally use Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, EXTR. I gotta watch this one. Is this an all-time high? Yes. Okay, guys. This is very interesting. All-time high for EXTR earnings play. What's the float? 126 million. So that's not bad. Shouldn't be incredibly volatile. Definitely keep an eye on EXTR. The longer it holds over 29 is an all-time high. It's an earnings play. You can see the breakout. So, I mean, I use Interactive Brokers, Brian, and I can't speak for all of our subscribers, but I think the majority of our subscribers, when we did a survey a long time ago, the majority, but majority doesn't mean like 60% or 70%. It might have been like 30%, excuse me, compared to the other brokers. But doesn't matter. And now if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade. It's called this window we call Brokers Plus. But if you don't have, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Look at this meds, guys. Holy smokes. Now I just I should have kept in this one in the simulator. I was demonstrating how you can take a trade in the pre-market using this using Brokers Plus, but I got out of it just to demonstrate how you can get in and out of a trade in the pre-market using our simulator. Oh, MetaTrader. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't answer that. I know MetaTrader. I'm sorry. I do know it. Okay, guys, I'm definitely interested in this EXTR. The longer it holds over 29, maybe if it gets up to like 29.15 or so on the bid. And there's our little VRT. I have traded some out, but I mean, we don't know where it's going because it has no, wow, there's driven. Sorry, guys, anybody who's long. Look at these two stars right here, guys. EXTR. Okay, I'm in it. I'm in it now. EXTR. Look at these two stars right here in the option scanner. Driven and VRT, and now hopefully EXTR. So when you say how it works, I mean, remember, every scanner that we have, it's just an idea. So I'm not sure. So when you say the earnings plays up, you're talking about this one, right? This is as a, well, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but I mean, when you get an alert, you just click on it and you see what it's doing. Okay. And then if it meets your trading style or plan, then you take the trade. But EXTR, I mean, it's an earnings play up, earnings play. It is up. But the nice thing about the way I've designed this, in my opinion anyway, the stock doesn't have to be up for the day for you to see it. It could be a bounce play. Okay. So let's see if I can find one. Just going to see if there's one when well, maybe Perry, in fact, might be a no, PSX. Yeah, what I'm trying to find is a stock that is still down for the day, but it's bouncing. And so, making a new high for the day. Okay, so but right now, everything that I'm seeing here, everything I'm seeing here is they're all up for the day of green and all down for the day in red. Doesn't necessarily mean that. So, I mean, this is just another way. This is just another way of expressing our data, in ticker format. You could create two separate alert windows with the stocks, making new highs of the day and stocks making new lows of the day. I decided to do it this way just to show you how you can have two kind of competing strategies. This is another one that I've got just on my other screen. Two competing strategies, movers to the upside, greater than 300,000 shares, movers to the downside, greater than 300,000 shares. Okay. Other filters are in place. So so these are just kind of competing strategies, similar filters, with stocks moving up versus the similar filters versus the stocks moving down. That's what the compare count does. Make sense? So how you interpret it, I mean, that's how it's interpreted. Starbucks, my guess is that Starbucks, shoot, 'cause I read some negative stuff about Starbucks this morning. So I thought maybe it was down. Okay. It was still down. Like when I say down, I'm talking about down from yesterday's close, but maybe rebounding. Guys, so it's just a different way of interpreting the data. Okay, Kev? And again, just to put if I look at the configure, you see green data, configure, red data, configure. So if I click on the configure, you're going to see what it's looking for. Stock's making a new high between 1 and $125. Volume is 200,000 shares. And this makes it an earnings play. Anything that released earnings after hours yesterday or in the pre-market this morning, for me, is an earnings play. So any stock meeting these filter requirements and making a new high, you will see in green. And then here's the other one is just the reverse. Okay, making a new low with the same filters. So it's like two competing strategies, if you will. And you can always start it if you start it again. So what this is telling you is that 62% of the alerts have been moving down versus 38% up. If I could always start it again, clear. If I cleared it, then I would have a new starting point from 10:30 on. And this will be full because we're in earnings season. 3 weeks from now, probably won't even look at this because there'll be so few. So this is classic, guys. I mean, we've got two great earnings plays, EXTR and I don't see it on the screen right now, but VTR, where are you? There you are, VRT, all-time highs. Okay, all-time highs. And really not caring what the market's doing. And guys, if you are new to the room, you can ask me questions, okay, all day long. You don't feel that you are disrupting me or anything from trading. I'm able to multitask pretty well. So you can ask me questions either about about the platform or if you've got a certain stock that you want me to take a look at. Understand that I'm not an investment advisor, though. So a question like, should I buy this right now? That is something that, I'll look at the chart and I'll tell you what I think, but I'm certainly not going to say yes. Oh, brother. We're going to have to delete DRVN. I mean, this is just, I usually have a couple of ideas that I see in the pre-market that I really want to focus on once the market opens. Of course, the driven was one and the VRT was the other. I mean, I guess I'm not going to complain too much. I didn't get but the DRVN is by far the best one, just because of the percentage move. What's the float here? 61 million. Mhm. So this is what our AI looks like so far, guys. Driven short 1609. Here's your last price 1421. Forget these numbers. I just forget these numbers. I want them to get rid of. They mean nothing really, honestly. Use this like a watch list, in my opinion, and you trade, according to your trading style and plan. But these are the alerts. So this is now a 12% gain, 5.6, 4%, even 2.6. Are they all huge winners every single day? Of course not. But so guys, it's 10:35. So let me just go over my homepage and the information you can find. Now, this is one stock that I really don't like, but before I look at my homepage, but here's Tilray, guys. I just think I mean, they had earnings. Yeah, they had a little pop on earnings, but not because of cannabis, because of alcohol sales, according to what I read. So there's Tilray. I mean, if you're into it, fine. The next high looking left is 255, but there's the 200-day moving average above it, also 272. Ah, come on, VRT, take out that 34 in a big way. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Not that. So you will be at the top here. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, you can use this promo code Barry15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Now I can give you a better code if you want to, if you do want. Okay, good. We're redesigning our website, by the way. So this is sort of new for me. If you do want to take out an annual subscription, I can give you a better code. Okay. 25% off. Don't this 27% off. I know that's sort of not misleading, but you're just saying it, compared to an annual compared to going monthly all year. Anyway, this are the three plan or the four plans that we have. So the monthly premium standard 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you decide that you just want to have a monthly, which is fine, this is what you pay going forward. All right. On an annual basis, again, I can give you 25% off. So it's 2,000 or 1,000. Okay. What I would do if you don't know this program, I would never start off with an annual. You can always start off with a standard, and afterwards, if you want to take out an annual, you can do so. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. This is a software program, so sure, there's a bit of a learning curve. This will take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Download your first episode one, download and install your first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. You must do this. Oops. If you're new to trading, this is a great course, Trading 101. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at every single video, of course. And the last two videos go over the concept of having a trading plan. You just can't go into trading thinking, oh, I like this. You have to have a reason for taking a trade, not just because I like it. Okay. I have, a bit of a checklist that I have to check everything off before I'll take a trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. Because people say, well, what's your checklist? Because I want to do exactly the same. I'm not saying don't, but everybody, you should develop your own style. Doesn't mean that you can't, copy other people's style to a certain degree. But a lot of the things that are on my checklist are already checked because of the scans that I've created. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of a price range I like. I'm not going to see a stock without the minimum volume that I want, minimum relative volume, things like that. So a lot of the things are already checked for me. So then for me, then it's a matter of clicking on the alert. Remember, these are ideas. This is not just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. That's why you have to have some trading experience, and that's why you should use a simulator before. Let me just get out of that yellow trade before you start trading live. I do a stock of the day video. What do you think it's going to be on, guys? The one I'm not in, DRVN. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. I believe it's still working out pretty nicely. Okay, guys. Now I was watching that EXTR, so I've sold some of it now. It was into the 30s. Yeah, and so I sold some. Anyway, where's CLF right now? I think that's the trade of the week, isn't it? CLF? Or was that last week? Can't remember anymore. Whatever it is, it's probably not doing well today because of the market. But this is free anyway. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign for the trade of the week and you're not getting it, please check your spam folder. Okay, typically that's the issue. Hey, um, PJ and others, take a look at GNRC. GNRC is also another earnings play. 122, maybe some support around 122. There's the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. So again, if you're if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. Now we have a big education section right here. We have a great user guide. You click on that user guide. Here is the getting started again. Those are those 10 short videos. More detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. We have information about stock pricing. Okay. And I would really take a look at price alerts also. I rely on price alerts all day long. Just so simple to do. Watch. If I wanted to get an alert for a GNRC breaking down below say 122, I just right click, create the price alert. I don't put any notes in, and I just save it. That's it, done. Okay. And then what will happen is if that hits, here's my price alerts window. You can see it right at the bottom there. So I minimize the window. So what happens if that does hit, if the price does get to that price, or the stock gets to that price, this window will pop up on my screen, and so I cannot miss it. And I store it on the trigger time column, so I'll always see it at the top, right at the top. I can also put a sound alert on it. I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I do wander away from my computer, and so I would want to. But if I hear that sound, I'll know exactly that it's my price alert sound. I can come racing back to see what's happening. Oh, I'm sorry, Kate Bush, but I've got some screech. Just give me a moment. Oh man. Okay. Sorry. I've got sound coming in, and it was one song I did not want to hear. So there's that user guide. There's the getting started section again. And here the daily support session. So I take a break every day between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. And I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And what I'll do in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie for his hour. We have five days of the week, five different traders. So it's always interesting, perhaps, to go over and listen to a different take on the market. I've got my take, but of course, we have different trading styles with the five traders. So they'll have different takes from me. Last, if you click on my if you click my homepage, scroll down, you want my scans, here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. This is what kind of sets the tone for me. See what stocks are obviously moving up or down in the pre-market. That's where we saw the ribbon. That's where we saw the VRT. Okay. The Halts resumes is right here. Momentum up and down. That's that docked momentum up and down. Oops. Down here, my option plays is right here. Now, what you don't, and the single stock window. Now, the single stock window is totally customizable. This is what I like to see, okay? But these are just the filters that we have. You want to see more financial information? We've got a lot of financial data that you might want to see, but this is what I want to see. So I'm sharing that also. Now, on my other screen, now somebody asked, well, why don't I put this and everything on like the one monitor I'm sharing? It'd be too overwhelming. So I kind of pick and choose what I want to display. But you can have them. I mean, if you're a Trade Idea subscriber, here they are. So here are the breakdowns, the breakouts. Okay. Now I've organized it. This is what we call a dock window. So I can put, similar windows if I want, similar ideas into the dock. But I've broken them out individually. Not everybody wants the short stocks. Okay. So I break them out individually so you can kind of pick and choose. And the same thing right here. There's the don't repeat. So what this does is, and this will be a good demonstration of it, I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened since that first alert? So obviously with well, look at the VRT 46. So it's at now it's only at 35. That was it looks like this was really late. Like, why didn't it happen earlier? Well, the reason is that the filters weren't met. Every alert window has a bunch of filters that have to be met before you'll get the real-time alert. Driven is a better example. 1480 was the alert. It's down to 14. Of course, you could have got it earlier. This is in the option place, okay? But of course, on the 10-day daily breakdown, you would have had it at 1645. Now, you might say, well, why did it show up so late on the option scanner? Well, again, you know, all our scans are based on having filters in place, and I will explain that. I'm going to go a little more in detail, guys, because we've got probably a lot of new people in the room today. So I do want to go over a little bit of what this program is all about. Now, it might seem overwhelming, okay? But I'm sharing a lot of scans, so I mean, you don't have to build any scans from scratch if you don't want to. Now, the other thing is, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link. This is a free room. We would love to keep it that way. How do we do it? Well, the company, we use this for marketing, obviously, a couple of times a day. I go through this little spiel about trade ideas. And when you take out a subscription using my link, a room gets credit. So the company knows, all right, the room is worthwhile, keeping free, etc. Okay. So all I ask is that if eventually you do decide to take out a subscription, if you save my homepage link and then click on it and then get to that promo code, great. And of course, if you save my homepage link, and you can have access to that education section anytime you want, and my scans anytime you want. Now, let me see if there are any questions. I'm going to keep going a little bit. You mean the YouTube link? Well, let's see what happens when you click on the. This is you mean the YouTube link I put in the room? Well, let's see what happens. Okay. Well, join our new daily support session. Just bookmark the link, and I mean, you have to. I guess you click on that, and then you're in. No, there you are. Yeah, you're in. So, not sure what happened yesterday, but that link, I'm just testing it. It does work. No, and by the way, don't go over there now. I'm talking in general now. No, no. Well, I'm still. Remember now, I moderate both rooms until noon Eastern, and then I do take the break between 12 and 1, and that's when you can go over to the YouTube room. So it seems to work, Chris. I don't know. I just tested it. Oh man is right. Why I say oh man? This is the sound alert I've got on this. All right, guys. Well, the market has taken a bit of a turn now, so I'm out of everything. Okay, just so I'll got it out of everything right now. And now it looks like those a lot of stocks, even though they're earnings plays, the best ones right now to be in would be the earnings plays on the way down. So negative reaction to begin with. Um, well, I was never in driven, unfortunately. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, there. I just clicked on the link again, and there's driven right there. I mean, okay, and this is what I'm displaying. So I don't know, Chris. Maybe try it again. I don't really know how else I can help because there it is right there. You're saying it was a not like it wasn't a live feed. Like so let me ask, just one question to answer. Is there an issue with B plus quick button orders or getting into the system and not getting into the broker? Not that I'm aware of, David. Look at this market, boy. This is really, yeah, we've not had a green candle yet. Just started trade ideas. Okay, welcome, Peter. Peter, how to set it up. So, do you know how to load a scan? So, if I, the question is, how do I set up the No, just general information about this option scanner. Okay, I do not trade options. Okay, but so what this is looking for abnormal option activity. It's just another way to zero in on stocks that are having abnormal activity in general, but focusing on the abnormal option activity. So you look at Driven as an example. Okay, doesn't trade that many contracts. It's only 2,300 contracts total today. Puts and calls. Look at that, 133 times normal. Okay, 13,377%, 133 times normal. So that is a normal option activity for Driven. So again, I'm not trading the options, though I've got people who say they do trade options. They can use this type of a scanner because if you're going to day trade options, you obviously want to find the ones that are really acting abnormally. So how can you do that? Well, you can use our scanner if you want to trade options and you want to day trade them. But again, I trade the stock. It's just another way of finding stocks that are trading really abnormally by zeroing in on the option activity. Okay, so that's just general about what the option plays are all about. Anything in brown is a give me a moment here. Okay, anything in brown is a potential short, and anything in this light blue is a potential long. Okay, so how to set up the option scanner. So Peter, when you say that, now first of all, I hope you've run through the guide. Okay, not the guide, but the 10 videos, the getting started. But let me just do something first. Okay, okay. You see what happened, guys? Remember, I put a price alert at 122 for GNRC. You see how it popped up on my screen. I have a sound alert on it also. It appeared right at the top because I'm sorting on the trigger time column, and it even kind of changes colors. But I mean, you cannot miss it. Okay. So, okay. So my question to you, Peter, though, is do you know how to load a link if I give it to you? I guess that's the question. Oops, I have lost. Oh, you know what happened? Because I Okay, guys, I can't post anything right now in our YouTube room, and that's because I was demonstrating how to click on it. Maybe I can do it from here. Ah, I messed this up because I was demonstrating that this is actually working, but how am I going to do this? I don't want to sign in. Shoot. Help that pays. Yeah, I can't post anything right now. How do I do a refresh maybe? Will that work? Yeah, just give me a moment, Peter. I have a bigger problem. Okay, I just have to figure out how to get that chat working again for myself. Hey, okay, I did it. Okay, no problem. I'm just give me one moment, okay? See now I can post. And now let me get the other room. Where is the other room? Just give me one moment, guys. I've got all these tabs open and I'm trying to find. There it is. Okay. 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 Yeah. So, oh, look at Driven. Now, guys, the extra may not be over. Okay. I'm liking the way it's holding 29. I may get back into it, but okay. So, gappers and so on. Okay. So you know how to load a link then. You do know how to load a link. So, for instance, if you click on my homepage link and you'll be brought to this page right up here, scroll down, here are the scans. So I've got a gap continuation or reverse. You might want to take a look at that. But these are all the scans that I'm sharing. There's the option plays. So if you know how to load those links, then you can have them. If you don't know how to load them, then let me know and I'll show you how. And anybody else who's watching. All right, guys. So just general information about trade ideas. Okay. What we are is we are a scanner. And there are a lot of screeners out there. Okay. We have screening capabilities, of course, but we are a real-time alert scanner. And I'm going to show you what the differences are. No, there's a top. Top is not shortable for me. I don't think. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Broker. So that looks like the end of top for a while anyway, guys. So again, we are a scanner. So what does that mean? Well, here's an example of a scan. Now, first of all, doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas, okay? So this is an example of a scan. I call it momentum up. If I right click, configure. So this is the screening aspect. Now, again, a lot of screeners out there, but this is the screening aspect, the filtering aspect of trade ideas. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between $1 and $50, the current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day, 11 o'clock Eastern time. 300,000 shares minimum volume. This gives it the momentum. That's why it's called a momentum up. The volume in the last minute was 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes was 400% of normal. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. That's what we're really, really good at. Real-time alerts. Okay. This one, the momentum down is just the flip of this. This time the stock will be down 5% from the close and everything else will be the same, except now I'm looking for stocks making new lows. Okay. Just the flip, as we call it. So that's it. Well, I don't want to get to it. Remember now, I'm not trying to explain every aspect of trade ideas. I'm just trying to give you a general idea about what trade ideas can do. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Now, what I don't want people to look at and see and say, oh my gosh, how am I ever going to learn all of these real-time alerts? These are right at the top here, new highs and new lows. And if I scroll down, these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling, come on, once I get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got, okay? You don't have to learn them all. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started, I guess a little over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. And in the old days, there were no scans that were being shared. Okay. There's a completely different company now. I'm sharing my scans. The other traders share their scans. In our channel bar, we've got a lot of scans there. So I mean, if you didn't want to create a scan from scratch, more than likely there is a scan out there that then you could customize it maybe to your style of trading. What do I mean by that? Well, right here in this momentum up scan, you might look at this and go, well, I like the idea, but I don't like that price range. No problem. Change it. 1 in 50, maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Okay. Click on the summary, see how it has changed. And you can say, okay, I'm not going to do that because that's what I like to trade. I like to see 1 in 50. It doesn't have to be what you want. Okay. So again, do not get hung up on how many we've got. It's just the fact that we had to create a lot because we got a lot of different trading styles are out there. I happen to be a trader that likes to see stocks near the highs or lows of the day. That doesn't have to be your trading style. Maxon, is this an earnings play? No, not until next week. So let's take a look at Maxon. It just showed up, 2247. Ooh, this could be interesting. So this is how I look at things, okay? How I personally look at things. Doesn't have to be the way you do. So this is a new low. So the first thing I do is first I'm going to check to see if it's an earnings play or is there any news. I can't see anything, so that's fine. Then I look left. I'll look left on a weekly chart, and the next low looking left is 1853. Well, the current price is 2245, so that certainly has enough room to move before it hits the next low looking left on the weekly chart. That then becomes something that I might want to trade. Okay, doesn't mean that just because all that happens that I absolutely want to trade it, but I also look at the market. For instance, if all of a sudden I saw a big green bar forming and another one, probably not going to want to trade it yet if I do want to take the short. So I mean that's why you have to have some trading experience. Big deal though. Also, it broke down through the 200-day moving average. I'm not a big indicator guy. You'll notice that on the charts, I don't have a lot of indicators. I've got the on the daily chart, I've got the 200-day moving average, and that is really about it. Doesn't mean if you like the MACD or RSI or anything else, the stochastics, and you're wondering, well, why doesn't he use those? That's fine. You can do if you make money, if it makes sense to you to use things like that, go for it. I tried everything, at the beginning. The beginning is a long time ago. And I just found for me personally, it was just too confusing to have so much going on. So for me, the VWAP and the 200-day moving average, the two things that I look at, and that's about it. Now we have a simulator. If you're new to trading, cannot emphasize enough to use a simulator before you start trading real money. To use our simulator, all you need is our standard service, excuse me, our standard service, and then you don't even need a broker. If you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, it doesn't matter because what it's doing, it's using our real-time data. So when you click on an alert, the symbol will show up in the box. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, and then you trade it. You click the buy button if you're going to go long, and then you send it, and then you're in the trade. So use the simulator before you start trading. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live. Now, unfortunately, being able to make money in a simulator does not 100% translate to making money, excuse me, when you're trading live, because, emotions come into play a lot more. I might talk about stops and things like that a little bit later. But, when you get into a trade, again, you have to have a reason to get into the trade. Not, oh, I don't know, this looks pretty good to me. I guess I'll take the trade. So you should have some kind of a checklist, about why you're taking the trade. But if you do take a trade, you also have to, it should make sense. You have to make sure that if the trade works against you, and many are going to, that you have a price you're going to get out of the trade, which is your stop. Where are you? Where is that going to be? Just give me a moment, please. All right. Got a little catch on my throat there. So every trade you get into, you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade when it's not working. Okay. And that is what we call the stop. Well, I can answer, Tony. Look, our this is a watch list for me. Okay. Today it's performed extremely well. No question. This is the AI. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Um, we absolutely do not recommend auto trading the AI. I don't recommend auto trading at all. There's a way. Just give me a moment. All right, so I don't recommend auto trading at all, but if you have a strategy and you back test it, we have something called a back test tool. It's part of our premium service. You can create an alert, a scan, and then you can back test it. And it's very involved. If you go to our guide, you'll see, back testing strategies and all. It's all in there. I would say less than 1% of our customers do it. It's very tedious, but if you're a bit of a wonk, I guess, and you like dealing with numbers, you can go for it. I used to do it a long time ago. I have no time for it anymore. And when I say that, I don't mean I'm not dismissing it. I just don't have literally time to do it because it is a painstaking operation. But if you got the time and you like to fiddle around with numbers, you can do it. You can try it. And then if you think your strategy looks pretty good, then if you want to try trading it, you can do it. I would do it in the simulator first. Okay. This is a new one. Missing symbol check. Don't think I've seen that before. So today, yeah, using it like a watch list, you can obviously today it would be a spectacular day. Forget these numbers here. Forget these numbers. We're lobbying to get rid of these numbers. Okay. To me, they mean nothing. The idea is that you get an alert. The other thing is people get very hung up. They get the alert and, oh man, it moved 2 cents or 4 cents before I could get in. These are not designed for like quick scalp type trades. Now, this one, I'm not saying, they're not all going to be this wonderful. The short driven at 1609, and now now you're up 16% if you've, let it go all the way down to 1341. But There's certainly a way to trade this using it as a watch list. How do you see a current price? No, do I use tick? I don't really know, Peter. No, I mean this. You're talking about tick by tick charts. Yeah, look at extra now, guys. EXTR is right back up. How do you see the price? Well, okay. Well, this just halted. Okay, so Malk. So if you're talking about interactive brokers, let's see. Well, the next time we get a halt, but this is time and sales from interactive brokers. Okay, this is meds. You can't see the actual symbol. So when this was halted at 11:05, what you would have seen here is the potential open on this side. Okay, this is interactive brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. The next halt, I'll show you. Now, of course, you asked that question at 11:08, so I'm just seeing it now. So, of course, now it is resumed. Do I? I can't remember if I do. I think I don't because, yeah, I do. What am I saying? Of course I do. Yeah, the reason I use this relative, I use the relative volume filter in most of my scans because I just want to see things that are really trading abnormally. Okay, Jose. So yes, I do. Now, is it important? Well, if I took this out, I would have a lot more, like many, many, many more would show up, and I just don't want. I mean, less is better. Okay, you don't want to get over. I mean, look what's happening on the downside. I'm not saying this is too many, but this is why I don't get too many on the 10-day daily breakout and down. My relative volume filter is 8 here. I really want to just zero in on the ones that are really acting abnormally. And here, I think it's 3 because I'm already have some really abnormal action, with the options filter. So what I do is I sort of relax the relative volume filter a little bit so that it's only 3. But every one of my scans, I use that relative volume filter. And what the relative volume filter does, it looks at what is it doing up to the time of day. So when you see 88 right there, relative volume for meds at 88, that means it's trading 80. Now it's not exactly, but without getting into the math of it, it's 88 times what it normally has done up to 11:15 Eastern time over the last 10 days. So it takes the average of what it's done up to say 11:15 over the last 10 days. And today it's trading 88 times normal. No, current volume is the volume. Look at SPR. Current volume is more or less the one that most scanners will have. Okay, or as a- or fil or programs that have scanners or filtering ability. Okay, current volume is okay. If a stock is normally traded over a million shares over, I guess it's over, I can't remember the time period, and you put current volume of 200, it uses a percent, 200%, then that stock has to trade 2 million shares for it before you'll see it. So if it's traded a million shares over the last, I think it's over 10 days on average, then for you to see that stock, if you use that filter, I don't use it. I only use it in the pre-market. I'll explain why. So here's my now this is the floating version of it. But notice I do have the volume today. Okay. Oh, current volume. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Current volume, relative volume. Yes, yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a confusing thing. Current volume and relative volume are the same. Excuse me. I thought you were talking about the volume today percent. This is a handy filter to use in the pre-market, okay? Don't use it once the market's open. But if you're using it in the pre-market, and I have it as a column, let's just say you saw 50% in the pre-market. What that means is that that stock is traded already in the pre-market 50% of what it normally does all day. That could be pretty significant. Okay. But I'm sorry, you're right. Current volume and relative volume are the same thing. And I've asked them several times. Look at extra now, guys. I missed my re-entry on it. Okay, the 200-day moving average. So let's take how to add it to a chart. Let's take a new chart window. Let's turn it into a daily. Okay, so want to add the 200-day moving average to GIS. So I just right click, go to indicators, and scroll down until you see SMA, moving average SMA. And then you want the 200, so change that to now. Most people want it in a new in a new chart area. Most people, right? You don't want to see it jumbled in, so I put it in a new chart area. Change the period to 200. You can pick the color you want. Okay, you just pick the color you want. Whoops. Now here's a little trick. If you want the color, what I've done in some of them, if you want to see it a little more bold, just do it a couple of times. So, like do this a couple of times with the same period, same color, and then it'll, bold it a little bit more. So if I click on OK, add, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot. Excuse me. I was thinking of the other one. So let me get rid of that. You want it in here. I'm sorry. I was thinking of volume where you want, of course, you don't want the volume here. So let me do it again. I'm going to modify them and get rid of it. We're going to remove that indicator. Okay, now we do it again. Right click, indicators, scroll down to the SMA, change the period to 200. In the chart area, yes, add it. Okay, actually, you can add it. Yeah, you keep adding it. That's going to really bold it. You see what I did? So there it is. When you say it seems complicated, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's complicated? I don't understand what you mean. I mean, typically, I mean, in a very easy sense of it, stocks under the 200-day bad, over the 200-day good. I mean, but I don't know what you mean by complicated. You'll see it many, many, many times when we're looking at charts, okay? And you'll see a stock on the run, and I'm typically, looking at a 15-minute chart, and I'll check over my daily chart, and sometimes you'll see it coming right into the 200-day moving average, and that could stop it, act as resistance. Conversely, a stock moving down, moving into the 200-day moving average from above, that could act as support. So I don't when you say complicated, I don't know what you mean. Well, you don't have to know what the formula is. Yeah. I mean, it just takes the average price over the last 200 days but you don't have to we're not telling you to figure it out. No program tells you how to figure it out or wants you to figure it out. Oh, the extra. All right, guys. Well, I'm probably missing out on the SPR. SPR probably is a great short. How about the RXO 1989? Okay, so it hasn't moved that much. Now, one of the reasons why I love to have the don't repeat is because I can kind of go back and say, okay, I had that alert 11:13. It's 11:21 now. Has it moved much from there? Look at the AMSC. Oh my gosh, I just didn't have the guts to do it. This is going to be a very wild one. AMC 9:33 Eastern Time. Suggestion to short at 15:20. Look at this 11:35. Oh man. So the only two things I would really look at for me personally, if I could only do two, I would only look at my options and my breakouts. I have this one up here. I have this one up here because sometimes we'll get something up here. Let's take a look at ADAI as an example. Yeah, you look at this. So I keep threatening to do this. Maybe next week I will. This does not trade options. Many times you will see the same stocks here as you will see here because they're optionable. But some stocks that are not optionable, obviously you're not going to see in the option scanner. So that's why this is here. So again, ADAI, I'm just looking and no option volume. So it's probably not optionable. I would say almost 100% it's not optionable because if it were, with 79 million shares traded, you would have seen a ton of option trading, but it's not optionable. Because the whole world uses the SMA on the well, 99.9% of the world, Alex, uses the 200-day simple moving average, okay, on the daily chart. EMAs, I think, are more suited to intraday. I don't use EMAs, but I think EMAs are more suited to intraday charts. But I would say that 99.9% of the world uses the 200-day moving average, the simple moving average on the daily chart. Hey, Tony, there's no ignorance, okay? Honestly, okay? We all started out new at some point. Now, I'm not saying I'm the greatest in the world in terms of being a moderator, but I wish I did have somebody when I was starting out that I could have asked questions to that, well, wouldn't belittle me, okay? Seriously, though, you don't have to worry. I mean, ask questions. That's why I'm here. The only time it would be a bad question is if you ask me 100 times in a row, what is the 200-day moving average? Okay, after a while, maybe I'll might lose my patience. But seriously though, no, you don't. We all started out new at some point. Seriously. Jose, are you new to trading? Stop it, Grumpy. Okay, forget about scalping. Okay, seriously. Now, if you are interested in scalping, well, today's your day because Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour. Scalping is really difficult. I mean, you've got to take a lot of shares and you've got to really know what you're doing. So, yeah, it depends what you mean by scalping. If you're trying to like take 10,000 shares of $1 stock and have it move 3 cents for you, to make money, I mean, that's incredibly hard to do. I'm not a scalper. Now, somebody who is a long-term trader would think I'm anybody who trades intraday like I do would be considered probably a scalper for people who really, are longer term swing traders. But I have never scalped actually either, Grumpy. I've never, ever, ever scalped. But Jamie, I mean, that's his deal. Oh boy, this is a great short also on the SPR. Not an earnings play, or is it? Let's see. Our our single stock window got stuck. Yeah, it is an earnings play. Son of a well, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, can you see? I mean, you guys will hear me talk. I mean, we're not going to be in an earnings season. We got another maybe 3 weeks of a lot of stocks releasing earnings, and we're not talking about the Apples and the Microsofts and all the big guys. I'm way more interested in a Spirit or a DRVN. That I mean, a Spirit is well known, but most people don't know DRVN. Okay, so those are the earnings plays that I'm very interested in because on the day they have earnings, usually they explode one way or the other, or they're up or down. And then for 3 months they remain dormant until they have earnings again. But look at this alert here for SPR 9:45 Eastern time. 29 was the alert. I mean, $2.50 on a percentage basis. That's huge. I must have been doing something else. That's all I can think of because that should be me in that one. Okay, VRTX. Any thoughts? Let's take a look at VRTX. Okay, so way outside the price range I would normally look at. So excuse me, it is an earnings play. So obviously pretty positive so far. The next high looking left is 360 something or other. I guess that's fairly close on a percentage basis. So really don't know what more to say. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're only $4 away for on a $358 stock. Could it keep going there? I guess it could before it stalled, but I mean, it's obviously a strong stock. It's well above the 200-day moving average. It's just way outside the price range that I'm comfortable trading, but was it? We have pre-market for earnings, but okay. Are you sure, William? Because I don't see any action. I don't see any action on it in the after hours for SPR. Our provider is not 100% right all the time, of course, but we have it August 2nd pre-market, so which seems to make sense. Here's our chart right there again. That mauve area is after hours. It didn't do anything. Hmm. Let me just see something also. So again, not to hammer it home, but I mean, there I have it right there, 9:05 this morning, Q2 loss for Spirit SPR. This is this is a news headline from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas, but I'm sure if I clicked here, I'd probably see it also. Yeah, 8:02. Yeah. Okay. And by the way, guys, I like what Bob has done right there. Okay. You see what he's asked a question. Can I get the options play scan from the cloud? Sound is not on. If you do ask me a question, please, I assume that you can hear me. So if you can't hear me, please let me know. I mean, it's still going to be depends on the question. Sometimes it's hard to explain things unless you can hear me. But in this particular case, I can show them where you can get it. Okay, so let me just get that in for Bob. Okay, I'll just put a question mark so he can see. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, rad. Wow, Rite Aid. Are you an earnings play too? Rite Aid, RAD, not an earnings play. It is an earnings play, not an earnings play. Sorry, I'm just looking at my headline. CVS is was an earnings play yesterday. CVS, but something's going on with RAD. Didn't didn't CVS or somebody when he? I'm in Canada, so I don't know. But didn't one of your big drug or pharmacies, didn't they buy a bunch of rad locations or all of them? WBA, thanks. Bottle lot, not all. Thank you. Yeah, Walgreens Boots Alliance, WBA. See what WBA is doing. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, look at wow, interesting guys. It's not an earnings play. So WBA and RAD are moving the same. Sort of interesting. No, I remember that. Yeah, when it used to be WAG. That's right. All right, guys. Well, I've missed a few opportunities this morning, but that's okay. Now here's DRS, doctors. DRS, is this an earnings play? Yes. Now, all-time high. Never heard of these guys. Leonardo Doctors. Never heard of them. DRS, of course. Never heard of them. All-time high. I would probably like to see them take out 18. What's the volume like? Not a huge amount. It's 4.2 times normal. So, I mean, the volume is abnormal, but it doesn't trade that much. I tell you guys, DRS, all-time high, 45 million in the float. What I'm going to do is just stick an alert now. Unfortunately, I may be on break by then, and I'm fierce about my break. I don't care. I take my break. I need a break. So if it goes without me, so be it. Yeah, 311, Steve. I can confirm that also. Looking at another, well, there's now. Why am I using TradingView charts? Until I'm told that we're see right now the trade ideas charts are loading too slowly for me. Okay, because I'm clicking like mad on symbols all day long, and so I'm not using. I'm using, of course, I have this on my other screen. I'm using the SPY trading or the SPY trade ideas charts, but I am noticing that they're finally getting back to being snappy again. So tomorrow I may be able to use my trade ideas charts again. But anyway, that is there it is there. That's trading view. It's the same. 311. Okay. Triumph. Is this Triumph? Yeah, look at Triumph. TGI. Not an all-time low, but no. What one was I just looking at? DRS. I have to put a price alert. Okay, I've already done that. Jamie, I wonder if Jamie's listening to me. See if he is. Okay, I'm just going to confirm. It'll be Jamie in our YouTube room. He's typing. He's going to say yes. My guess he's going to say yes. There he is, and he's listening. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Jamie will be in our YouTube room. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room, and I tested it. It appears to be working. Maybe you have to do a refresh or something. Somebody said maybe you have to do a refresh once you get into the room. I don't know. Oh, my number one look going forward right now, guys, is this DRS. I wish the volume would pick up a little bit, but you can see if it can take out 18, it's an all-time high. The spread is, decent, 1794. Oh, of course, I remember Triumph. There was a Netflix documentary done on Triumph. It was awesome. Oh yeah, Rush. I mean, was that what it was called? The Final Countdown? Ah, DRS was a merger with Rada. Okay. Okay. It's been around as DRS for a long time. Now, how is this one doing? Pareto. Pair of zero guys. When things get a little bit less frantic, this up big yesterday, down big today is kind of giving me some really interesting ones. Again, so this was down big yesterday, but it's up big today. This is PRZO. You can see the down gap yesterday. Now it's recovering today. Oh man, here's another one, guys. IMXI, International Money Express. This is not an all-time low. It's an earnings play. Look at this gap down. Now, if you're wondering, well, why is it happening so late on my gap down? Look at the volume, 587,000 shares. So my minimum here, hopefully I'm right, is 500,000. Yeah, 500,000. So we get the question a lot. Somebody would say to me, well, why wouldn't you lower that volume so you could see IMXI way up here? I could do that. The problem with doing things like that is that that may introduce, for all the IMXIs that I may see 5 or 10 others that I don't want to see. Okay. So it's always a challenge when if you're building your own scan, or if you take my scan, I people say we get the email all the time. How can I build a scan to see this? I could build you a scan to see anything you want. The problem is that if you don't have, some filters in place with some, pretty decent filter values, for every one that you want to see, you could see 10 or 20 you don't want to see. So it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So there's always going to be the trade-off. You just have to accept it, okay? Look at RAD, guys. Something is happening with RAD, and we saw it with WBA. I wonder if this is going to turn into the new memer with that short float percent. You've got some room still, a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Because you look at some of these, like the Tupperware, and you look at Yale and all those. I mean, companies that are really no reason for them to do what they've done. And then obviously yeah, maybe RAD is filing for bankruptcy also. So why not buy it? I'm kidding. I mean, we're kind of kidding, but we seem to be getting into that sort of a market. It just doesn't matter. I mean, if you're just watch how well RAD holds two, and if it holds two very well, maybe gets up to 210. I mean, it's maybe worth a shot. I'm just looking at here in the daily chart. 210, yeah, 210 is the next high looking left. So if it can clear 210, it's got a little bit of room. Yeah, I mean, I'm serious, guys. This could turn into sort of like a Tupperware, a TUP, or the Yell, and we don't know for sure, of course, but I can't see any news on this. But that short flow percent leads me to believe that those that look at that, groups that look at that, they start piling into these, and then it starts hitting scanners everywhere. So again, where do I see RAD? I see it in the option scanner. Probably not in my 10-day daily, or yeah, the 10-day daily, or yeah, the 10-day daily breakout, because the relative volume's only 5. Has to be 8 in here. But of course we see it, not seeing it here either. That's because again, relative volume's got to be 6. So that's why this option scanner can pick things up, even though the relative volume is not huge. I mean, it's still 3. It's got to be at least 3. But this is why this option abnormal option activity scanner can pick things up that these other two may not. Okay, guys, let's see, what time is it now? 11:48. So Jamie will be in our room in about 10 minutes, in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes. As I take my break, just looking, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Well, of course, it's extended, but again, it might be just one of those ones that is being looked at by those who are looking at these short float percents, like the L's and the TUPs, and they're just transitioning out of those two into this one. Otherwise, have no explanation about why this is moving. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, it's just, I'm not saying to take it now, that. But I mean, this is just, we can call it the rotation out of those other short float, um, high short float percentages into this one. All right, guys. Now this is a super interesting one. Look at the 200-day moving average for AXTA. This is actually an AI alert also. Look at the 200-day moving average. So it's below the VWAP, 2934, and it's just sitting right on the 200-day moving average. See that blue line on my chart? So the key thing here, will it break right through it and then continue down? Or is this going to act as support for a while? Okay. Is RAD earnings tomorrow? Look at this, guys. I mean, I know it's super extended, but let's see if it pulls back a little bit. Maybe bangs into two and then rebounds off two. I mean, I should really start backing this weekly chart out a little bit more because this just has this look of something that is just being now going to be traded for a few days just because of that short float percent. 243 looks like. Yeah, it looks like 243 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Oh, AMSC. On, how's that for a move? I know I've mentioned this one before. How's that for a $4 move? 15.20 to short, 11.22 now. Telling you guys, rad, rad, rad. And look at the volume. I mean, the volume is not letting up. No, this is shortable for me, 74,000 at Interactive Brokers, but I'll bet you Jamie's in this one. Jamie's going to be in the room, in the YouTube room in about 5 minutes, 8 minutes. I think he's listening to me. I wonder if Jamie is in rad. What a morning. What a morning. All sorts of action. No, I'm sure some are and some aren't, Ovi. Oh, look at rad. Wow. I'm 100% convinced that this is probably I don't know if it's going to last more than a day, but sort of the next one because of that float, the short float percent. Well, again, what scanner picked it up? Option plays at 192 at 11:33. So 11:33 Eastern time at 192. And it really hadn't moved that much. I mean, it was, from 170 to 190. So I mean, look at rad guys. I'm surprised it wasn't halted. In fact, no, it's still trading. Meanwhile, boring RXO. Look at RXO. I mean, guys, there is just so many great alerts today. 1989 on the alert. Look, 1989 on the alert at 11:13 Eastern time. In 1989, a short alert for RXO. 1940 now. And guess what? It's an earnings play. We've got to take advantage of this for the next maybe 2.5 weeks, guys. We're being solid earnings. And again, most people don't know RXO. Okay, you're not going to see RXO on CNBC or any of the news. I mean, I'm not saying it's an unknown company, but can you see what I'm talking about? These second, third, fourth tier companies that release earnings. Look how exciting it is. Ride is not an earnings play, but it's pretty darn exciting. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on break in just a bit. So invite your friends, invite your family, come on into the room. They don't have to be traders, but if they're looking for, a little bit information about, how the market works and the exciting stuff that we do every day, it's a free room. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute. Put myself on mute in the main room as I'm waiting for Jamie to show up. And sorry, before I do that, let me put the YouTube link in. Now I know it works, but maybe you have to do a refresh once you get there. But I know it works. I just tried it a couple of times. Okay, guys, so I'm back on mute in the main room. I will now just wait for Jamie to show up. Jamie, tell me you're in rad. Tell me you're in rad.
Hola, Barry. I should have been in rad at the close yesterday. Hold on a second. I got
And
some.
you held it overnight, and now no,
Oh, no, no, no. But you know
no,
what?
no, no, no.
That's one that I overlooked today, to my own chagrin, just because there were so many other things happening, and rad took a nice little run up towards the close yesterday. It would have been a great scalp, and I'm like, oh, I missed it, and then I forgot to pay. I forgot to add it to my list today. So.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
Well, that
anyway,
was
hold on one second. I'm having layout issues here. Give me a
okay.
second. Bear with me. Okay, hopefully. Okay, well, stand by, Barry. Sorry.
That's okay.
Weird things happening over here.
Let me just check. What are you trying to do? Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Hmm.
Because I always have to change my resolution, and hopefully my pinned windows stuck around here. Okay. Well, Barry, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
I can
sorry. I
hear you. Yes.
I thought I lost connection there for a minute.
No, no.
Oh,
I'm just waiting to see. I just got the screen up to see whether or not you've taken over, and I can see you haven't. I can
almost there. Give me one second.
see.
Sorry for the delay. Um, for some reason, it chose to make all my windows where I can't see them.
Oh,
Um,
now we know what our
but
customers go through. Sometimes.
well, it's because I switch resolutions,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then that kind of freaks the system out. I don't know why
Okay.
it does that, but okay, what am I missing here? Well, we'll fill it in. Okay, let me. Okay, so present. I'm all thumbs today, Barry.
Well, we're the only ones with opposable thumbs out there so that's a good thing. There you go.
Okay, okay. We should be good now. Okay, so now, you know, here's the funny thing about us humans, Barry, is this
With the
morning,
opposable thumbs, yes.
yes, yes, we have those, and then we have these brains that make us do smart things sometimes and not so smart things other times.
Mhm.
But the smart thing that my brain made me do this morning, Barry, is I was like, you know what? You need to put the AI where you can see it because
Ah.
you know it's been spitting out some really good plays, as we all know.
Mhm.
And then,
Mhm.
of course, today, um, well, you know what I'm about to pull up here. Oh, Driven.
Driven. Oh, yeah.
Isn't that just a thing of beauty? I mean, I saw
Well,
this, I didn't even think. I'm just like, short, and boom, it was there. And then I heard you. I was like, I shed a tear for a moment because I'm like,
yes.
Barry didn't get any.
Yeah. Well, what happened is, I mean, I saw that in the pre-market, of course, and as an earnings play, all-time low, number one focus for me, absolutely.
Hmm.
And that showed up on my it showed up on my option scanner, and it showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. What time did it show? Yeah, actually, it showed up 5 minutes earlier on my 10-day daily breakdown and the option scanner a little bit earlier than the AI also. But I was doing something as at the time, and I didn't hear it. I just didn't hear it. And I, you know me, I just won't chase.
No,
Now, had I
I
chased
get
it,
you. Yeah.
it would have worked. But you never
Hmm.
know from one trade to another. Chasing will work one time, and then you'll get killed the next time. So yeah, no. What can I say?
In the VRT, I
I
got
did
in a
chase
little bit of
something.
this one too, and got out, early. But hey, it was
Well,
a.
that was another one that, of course, we identified in the pre-market earnings play all-time high.
Mhm, mhm.
And so took that way before the AI alert. So that worked out okay.
And interestingly enough, you know, most of the Holly plays as of late are either earnings plays on the day of or prior, right?
Well, when you look at it, because the ones that are really working, those are Michael's, of course, the breakdown shorts and longs.
Sure.
Now, those, yeah, they're all earnings plays. Now, why does that happen? Because that's usually, the day of earnings. That's when the stock will usually break down to the upside or the downside, break out or break down. So it doesn't make it. Yeah, I mean that's why it's happening. It'll be interesting to see how they work once we're out of earnings season,
This is true.
because once we're out of earnings season, because that's the only thing I shouldn't say don't like, but it'd be nice to see some of the breakdowns or breakups when it's not an earnings play, because otherwise, and it's not that he has an earnings filter in there, but it just all the other filters. But look at Rad. I'm this Jamie. I really think that Rad is going to be the next one. Because of that short float percent. But
Oh my God, that is just sick. That is just a sick move. You
mm,
know, I guess Rad and Tupperware are going to start hanging out together,
well, that's
right?
it. I mean, they're both, companies in the
Hey,
toilet.
you're
Doesn't
going to
matter.
see Rite Aid selling authentic Tupperware.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're going to be yelling about it.
Yeah. Now, what had my attention so much and why I probably neglected Rad was Lumen reported today as well. And boy, this thing is just, there were some really good scalping opportunities in Lumen today. So that one kept me pretty busy myself. But boy, I'm kicking
Okay.
myself. I'm kicking myself on the Rad because that's right up my alley. And,
You heard me.
you know,
You heard
hmm
me
hmm
over and over. Okay, my friend, I want to take my break now so I can do my little workout and get outside and water, and then I'll be back by 1.
Very good, sir. We'll see you then. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, ladies and gents. Hello, welcome to my desktop for now. Um, what I was talking about earlier is, see, I pinned my liked there or earnings. Now, when I hover here and here, it doesn't show me my earnings uh, alert windows, which is kind of a bummer. I tell you what, let me try something here real quick because I don't really want to not have those and see if I can see it this time. Of course, it's going to be all jumbled up, but earnings long. There we go. Okay, so they're hiding down here. They were just pushed off my screen. So now I might have to do one more quick adjustment here and then we should be good. Okay, so did they stick around? Yes. All right. So we're going to get rid of these guys and move over these guys because these are pointed to the stocks that have recently reported. Okay, so now we have what we need up here. All right, so as Barry and I were talking about, I mean, the AI is just freaking lighting it up today. Earnings season helping with that type of performance. So mental note, mental note. Um, we all have our preferences on, how to use the AI and basically just use it as another form of an alert window. But it's got the little added bonus of statistical viability behind it. So if you like what's going on with the chart, you got the statistical viability behind it. And if the risk is in place, well, then a lot of the times we can glean some nice trades out of the AI. A lot of people tend to think that, well, automation is where it's at, but automation works. It does get you in a lot faster than you could, but it's just like any other tool out there. It's knowing when to use that feature. But I just prefer to use Holly as another high quality alert window. Boy, it sure paid some dividends today. Even took a little bit out of the AXTA play too. That was the first one that presented itself this morning. So nice little move on AXTA, but just man, bravo to Holly today. Okay, Brian, are you asking about Tesla? That was before I got here, right? But if you need me to rehash any of that stuff, Brian, I don't know if Barry went ahead and addressed those for you or not. Um, Weeks, I just scalped Rad up and down 3 times with 10,000 shares. Yes, yes, that one is a prime candidate. You know, I mean, just look at this. This is just a sick range break right here. Now, I'm not even sure what the catalyst of this was. I'm not showing earnings here today. Was that an earnings play? I know we've had some difficulty with our earnings and float data as of late, but not really sure what's going on, what the catalyst here was, but nonetheless, beautiful move. I'll probably be paying attention to that one at some point later today. Still using the IB for level 2, Leanne? Well, as long as it's a level 2 and has got comprehensive, depth, you're going to get pretty much the same performance speed-wise as, Interactive Broker is going to be probably just as fast as Thinkorswim and vice versa. I have noticed it's on some of the other platforms like the Schwab-based platform. I forget the name of it. Um, it is it's a bit noticeably slower on their order book. Um, that's when you're using Schwab versus Thinkorswim. I can't attest to that difference with Interactive Brokers. Speaking of MJ, this is the POT ETF, and little Tilray has really been on the move as of late, and we reclaimed, I believe, that gap down from the finance announcement, right? So a couple of days ago, boom, we got above there. It's fighting to stay above, having a little trouble today. Maybe Tilray comes back down into this range and spends a little time. Or, if it does get frisky and gets a close above here, then it can spend some time marching around in this area before we test these levels up here. Yeah, no problem, Leanne. All right, so remember, guys, this is the hour for the live support sesh. So if you have any questions about the software, just use the questions panel to get them out. You want me to take a look at any charts using my rudimentary technical abilities? I'll attempt to do that for you as well. But here's the strange part. What is this strange color? This red that we're seeing today? The market's just been marching up slowly, slowly every day. Look at how meek the past 3 days were, and then getting a little gap action right back down to this level here. But you can see the 20 period coming in and acting as support. We got the armpit sandwich here between the 10 and the 20, and the 50 looming down here. But we'd really have to mm, get some kind of catalyst to get us on that path, I think. I think we would just kind of meander sideways for the rest of the day. We might go test these lows again, but I'm just butting up nicely against that 20 period. So we'll see what happens. Riot, not a bad little breakdown from the 1827 level. What was that, about an hour and 15 into the open? Rad just making a nest up there. It's like, yeah, I like it up here. I think I'll hang out for a while. All right, Christine, see your question there. Learning to use the Schwab platform. I'd like to switch to IB, but I don't know if I'm good enough yet to afford the commissions. Maybe E-Trade. Well, Christine, paying commissions is always a big deal. It's pretty much a game changer, when you're not, uh, when you don't have to pay commissions, depending on how much you trade. So for someone like me who, if conditions are right, and I'm in sync with everything and having a good day, could end up trading hundreds of thousands of shares that day. So that makes a big difference in your commission bill. But if you're, let's say, you don't want to scalp, you're making 1, 2, 300 share entries on larger priced securities, just hoping for a bigger move because they trade at higher prices. Well, then commissions, they're still going to be a factor, but you're not going to have near the commission bill as you would trading at a no comp place. Now, Interactive Brokers does offer their commission-free environment in what they call, I think it's still called Light. Um, you just can't do any API orders, which is reasonable. So IB does have a commission-free environment. I'm not real familiar with it. I just know that it does exist. I mean, just about everybody has to offer commission-free these days, or they're not going to be able to compete. BP hitting lows again. Took some nice change out of this one yesterday on the short. If we look at yesterday's action, once this 45 minutes was done, we had a nice little move down 37.32. Not quite a point, but not a bad move yesterday and pretty much doing the same type of thing today. Where's it going to stop? Well, a lot of people probably were thinking that it might stop right here at the 200, but thus far, it is continuing down. So then again, we have the 50 uh, looming here. So it kind of looks like a foregone conclusion, getting down to this level here. And then this area of chop here may or may not act as some support, but second red day for BP, and earnings were yesterday. That is true, Christine. The margin rate, I believe IB claims to have the best margin rate in the business, which, I use margin. As long as you're not holding anything overnight, if you're an intraday trader, you're really not going to end up paying a whole lot of interest. The fees I am subject to trading at Thinkorswim. Of course, everybody's going to get hit for the SEC fee, and that's every time you sell something. The SEC takes their little tribute, right? Um, it just doesn't add up to a lot unless you're trading really high price securities. And even then, if you're doing reasonable share amounts, it's not that big of a deal. The other fees that you might be subject to are the hard to borrow fees. Sometimes when I short certain securities, I'm paying to do that. Of course, you don't really know until the end of the day and you get your little report, but it's not that pricey. I think of all the locates I've done so far this month, I think my locate bill is less than $30. So still subject to fees, the SEC fee, locate fees, but as far as commissions go, none. All right, questions panel. Brian, I saw you talking about VRTX. For a minute, I thought you meant VXRT, which is used to be something that I traded all the time until it went below a buck and got all wonky. But nope, not exactly my cup of tea anymore. Speaking of stocks that used to be 50 or 60 cents, we all know that Tupperware has just been on a tear. You know, before this first little perky day here, we were down at what, 63 cents, and basically went up by tenfold approximately, maybe just a little short. What was the high there? High was 591. So it didn't quite make a tenner, but man, as close as you're ever going to get. And now we've got Rad doing the same type of thing. I mean, just incredible. Only traded 28 million shares, which is about half the float, a little over. But I bet you the options boys are having a field day with this one today. Yeah, driven, that rounded bottom that I saw it putting in. Look at the break point here and then this perfect rounded bottom right back up to that entry line. So once it gets to this level here, man, I mean, look, that's just incredible. I mean, no red bars, looking at the 5 minute and looking at this 15-minute bounce. Look at that perfect little ball right there. I mean, ah, I shut my trading software down when I'm doing this session because I always get distracted and do stupid things. But if I had it up, I'd be all over this thing, seeing what it did right now. That is just too pretty to not look at. There it goes, 16s. It'll be interesting to see if it gets traction here, pulls back. But just up 10 cents right from the fig there. Man, I could just look at that chart all day. Okay. She's a beauty. And let's see, Pac W was looking really nasty earlier, but I don't really think, yeah, the banks didn't really get up to anything. At this level here, I was thinking, well, what are we going to do? But notice the moving averages and the thin ranges there. So all the banks are just kind of hanging out, not doing a whole lot. Goldman off the bottom now. And, everybody heard about, was it Fitch, Moody's? I can't remember. The debt got downgraded. So TLT, most of the good action in this pre-market little break right here. Notice the pre-market back here. And then we have the wick right back down to it. And then, look at these elbows that it threw, trying to get through there. Didn't make it easy. But once it cracked that, let's call it the 98 level. I mean, before the market opened, we were almost a point lower. So a little bit of action to be had here. Of course, TLT I have up all the time. But when it comes to the actual instrument that I trade, I'm more of a TMF guy, right? And you can see, just the fluxes aren't near as bad in that pre-market 675. When it broke here, it throws a 3 cent wiggle as opposed to what we were seeing on um, TLT. And pretty much the movement is the same. So if you are interested in trading the bonds, TMF is the 3X bull, and it's shortable, easily shortable as well for when they're going down or when TLT is going down. Kind of like the futures, but different. The weather is good, Weeks. And that is true. I keep forgetting about that because at first, who bought? I think TD Ameritrade bought Scott Trade. I think that's right. And then Schwab buys TD Ameritrade. Before the purchase of TD Ameritrade by Schwab, Thinkorswim was doing more volume combined than Schwab, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade combined. And so now Schwab just bought them. So now Schwab is the overall volume king in the retail sector. And we'll see what they do with it. But yes, technically, I still haven't gotten my transition notice. So all of that is still ongoing. But yes, once your account is transitioned, so they say, you'd be able to pick either Thinkorswim or the Street Smart platform. I think that's what it's called. And see, driven running right into that level. First red bar as it gets back to that original short entry there. And this is a classic example of, oh, you're in a good short and it might be down here and you've held it and you're thinking to yourself, man, this thing's at all-time lows. You know, I'm golden. And if you didn't take your profits, boom, right back to flat. Checking on AXTA. Boy, this thing is still taking its beat down. Let's zoom out a little bit. You know, looks like it's probably going to stop. It might have a little bit more in it. Looking at the weekly here, but already wicked off that bottom there. So you never know if the seller is going to come back out towards the close or not. See if that long's holding up. Nope, right back down to the entry level on the VRT. Boy, I wish I would have been paying attention to this one too. CWH. And then, of course, back to driven. Is that their target date, Bill, for the fall? Yeah, I think it's taken them a little longer than they originally intended, but hey, as long as there's no downtime, we're fine. And rad. If this thing does pull back, I mean, such a big move. The 10 period on the 5 might have some relevance here. I mean, you can see here all the way back down to 206 on the 15-minute chart. But heck, even if it pulled back 50 cents from here, it'd still be up massively on the day. All right, let's check in. Is anything you can see here from my thick volume leaders? Nothing's coming close to that 5-minute volume that we're seeing in RAD presently. Just incredible move. See what I was talking about with Barry. It's funny how the mind works because you're like, I got to get the AI in front of me because it's really spitting out some good stuff with the earnings. And then I even had a note by my keyboard, put RAD on the list. Today comes in front of the screens, plenty early, plenty of coffee in me, wide awake, ready for the day. Forgot about RAD. Good job, Jamie. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there. Let's see, Peter, what kind of strategies do you use yourself? Um, that is a good question. You could call them strategies, I guess, um, or, just you could call them alert windows. So, when it comes to my strategy of trading, as you've heard Barry talk about and me talk about, I'm an intraday guy. um, and probably could be classified as a subcategory of day trading, which is scalping, right? Um, of course, I meld two different styles, right? On the stocks that I like to trade, like Lumen or RAD or whatever else might be the flavor of the day. These stocks are all going to be relatively thick and liquid. And what do I mean by that? If you look at the level two book, it's just a whole row of bids. There might be five, 600,000 shares on the bid. There might be two, 300,000 shares on the offer, or anywhere in between there. And typically, there's only going to be a 1 penny spread. So, you know, when I thought Lumen, if we just use Lumen as an example today, and I'm pretty much like Barry. I'll try to hold off in the first 15 minutes. You can see Lumen pretty wicky on this opening 5-minute candle here. Low all the way down here at 170, high buck 80. So 10 cents ripping around that stock. Kind of crazy. So I'm like, okay, well, let's just let it settle out. And when it topped out up here and you're watching the order book, boom, all of a sudden you see one and then 200,000 share offers hop on there. And then you just watch the show, right? Start to see the bids get weak. Bids getting weak. Okay, now I'm going to go after it, right? Get in your position, depending on your style, might be 1,000, might be 5, 10, 15,000 shares, just depending on your risk tolerance, right? But the top is in, the bid's getting weak, you got protection on the offer, and then you got to enjoy this nice downturn. So 185, let's eliminate the low on that tick right there. That's over 10 cents, right? You had 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of good down movement. And then when you see the momentum start to shift, getting thin on the offer, boom, you cover, right? Anything over a penny is great, right? And sometimes you get two, three, four, sometimes even a bigger move. Of course, the bigger moves usually are going to accompany either a stock in play for the day, doing extremely high volume, or as in this case, earnings, right? You really have real sellers and real buyers. There's a lot less of the algo shuffle, is what I like to call it. So Lumen, and then after the bounce was put in, buyers get tired, this was just a bounce, right? It's all the short people covering their trades, and then maybe if you think it's going to go up, you'll try to scalp it for the bounce play. But then once it topped out here, you see the size come back in, followed up by another down move. And my eyes were really fixated on the 18th when it put in the low of 61. And you can see right here, the low today, 68. But at this point in time, you're thinking, ooh, we go down and top this 61, it's off to the races. Because if we were to zoom out here, Lumen is currently circling the drain, right? So unless something spectacular happens or some news comes out, we get a break below these levels at any given time. This thing could be down to a buck pretty quick. I'd be happy for the opportunity, but I'd also be sad because a lot of the times when a good trader goes below, well, when a good scalping stock goes below $1, well, it's just too crazy to try to trade. So Jeff, you're saying my screen looks out of focus. Is anyone else seeing a blurry screen? Because if no one else is seeing it, Jeff, you might just have to uh, disconnect and reconnect. A lot of the times that will sharpen it back up. Anybody else seeing a fuzzy screen? What about a stock like IDAI? When the bids stack up, the price goes down. Let's see. Well, I don't, since I can't see right now, but if the bids are stacking up, then it's typically, well, they could stack up after a down move. In other words, I'm not really sure what that means, right? Because after the downturn here, you might have noticed, oh, well, it ran into a 50,000 share bid. And then depending on, what happens, that might act as a little safety or a little net for now because people see that size there and like, it's never going to get through that size. But usually when the bids are stacking up, that's going to coincide with the price going up, even if it's just a bounce. Charts look good. Green print and scans looks blurry. Hmm. Well, so this looks blurry, but everything else looks clear. Well, I could try to disconnect and reconnect. Let me see if I do that and reconnect here. Okay, I disconnected and reconnected. Let me know, Bill, if that helped things. Otherwise, I don't really know what to do. Okay, I'm looking at the YouTube feed, and it does look a little blurry. Okay, so what I did on YouTube is I went up there to the title bar and hit refresh, and that seems to have helped. Yeah, Christine, that can happen if it's a fast market. I've noticed that some of my stops this week on trailing stops didn't even trigger on Thinkorswim. Fortunately, I was here and saw it, um, but I don't know what the problem is there. Because typically the only time I'll put a stop in is if I have to get up and be away from the screen for a period of time. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here, manually monitoring everything. Yeah, and it's unfortunate, but every once in a while we get technical glitches. Whether it's your internet going out or uh, sometimes the sometimes the firms get overloaded and things happen. But it was pretty smooth operations this morning. Neo starting to get a little frisky here. And of course, the natural gas ETF taking its beating today. Boyle, another one that I used to trade all the time before they did the reverse split to keep it alive. However, the alternate for this one is UNG. Smaller priced, mimics the same action. So if you're ever looking to play that natty gas, UNG is the lower priced instrument to do so. HRMY, this one was getting beat on pretty good yesterday too. If we look at yesterday's action here, beautiful range break. I was in this one yesterday as it broke down and just, you know, what a good stock. What a good stock yesterday. And more of the same today. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, I guess sometimes the YouTube version gets out of focus, and if you just refresh that URL, it will sharpen it back up. I don't think we're exceeding our bandwidth. I don't know why they'd be throttling us. So this boil, let's figure out. It's telling me if it keeps going, it's got another $1.50. Let's see if we can figure out. Okay, so that would be basically down to 53-ish. Which is pretty close. 52 and change. So it's just looking at this little level right here. Interesting. And then you can see all of the effects of the reverse splits. So if they didn't keep reverse splitting this thing, it would go to 0. That's how the time decay works, right? But interesting. Time decay. Rad continues to defy gravity. I got through there a little bit. I mean, the volume will not relent in this one. So you know the volume is always high. There's just an equal amount of buyers and sellers. Boy, if it does break this, if Rad breaks, if it prints 245, well, I mean, it could motor down pretty quick. Is plugged down with anything other than just market weakness? Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but plug is the electric. Okay, why is my single stock window still showing Rite Aid? Huh. There we go. Hydrogen and fuel cell. Okay, so they're not the traditional, and I knew that. I just haven't looked at plug in a long time. Earnings are not till the 9th. So what's that other electric? Nicola, this looks like that sector is taking a little pullback here. Did ride go away? No, still there. Not really sure why plug is down, Travis. Well, yeah, plug about, but not for till the 9th, I guess. Okay, and apparently that page is a broken link. Profitability by 2025 is unlikely. Hey, since when did that ever stop a stock from going up? And plug doing some decent volume today, 20 million, relative volume 1.43. Could just be, that's going on. Below, gap down below, or didn't gap. Yeah, we did gap down. Just don't know if that's, give me 1 second here. Yeah, so what are we showing? Post market on the 9th, but yet Google is saying on the 8th. So somewhere around there. Or that's what NASDAQ is saying. So earnings still a ways out. Yeah, and looking at this chart, before today, you're thinking to yourself, well, perfect. It's right there at the 200-day moving average. It busted through with conviction the day before, and now it's finding a home there. And then surprise. So bummer on the gap down for you, but you're still in the money. Perhaps you took some off the table. And the market just kind of hanging out. Still amazed that we're just this green on all of these AI positions. That is pretty strong. Well, that's always an option. Travis, of course, I would never tell anybody what to do with a trade. I can only pretend that it's me and tell you what I might do. Um, I mean, apparently it appears that the bottom is in, right? Um, so you just, these things happen. So, you know, if your cost is around 11 and we were up here, you were 2 points in the money. Now you're only half a point in the money. So, a couple different ways you could, that imaginary Jamie, if he was in this position, would handle it. Say, well, I didn't get out of any at the top up there. It's off the bottom today. Still in the money. So you just have to make the decision. Do you hold it, see how it closes? Um, do you flush it, and just go, oh well, we'll get them next time. Um, but the thing that would be on my mind, the frontal lobe, in other words, is I wouldn't want to lose money on it, right? I mean, all of us have big winners that we let come back to flat. Doesn't matter the time frame that you're using, intraday, swing trade, whatever. Um, which brings up a good point is, when you're long at 11 and you're up at 13, that is a handsome percentage move, right? So of course we have the other two, there's the psychology of trading, then we always have to deal with the fear and the greed demon. So, you know, paring that position down when you're up when you're up at X amount can certainly help average things out. So like hypothetically, if I was in this trade and I'm like, ooh, I'm up 2 points on an $11 entry, I'm gonna take some off here. I'm gonna set my stop for break even on the last half, or where I'll only make half of what I made. So, good lesson in position management in this plug example here. You know, you always got to be taking some off the table and then readjusting what you have left. Ah, and you took a fourth off. Okay, good, good. As long as you have a plan, Travis, you hear Michael, you hear Barry, it's a common theme, right? You're in a winning trade, have a plan to get out. You're in a losing trade, have a plan to get out. Always have a plan to get out. Always be adjusting that plan based on your style. Soxel, the ETF, semiconductor bull 3X, coming up here to the 10 period off the bottom. So if I was thinking about trading this guy right here, I would see how we react. How does this candle close here? It looks like we just started a fresh one, fresh 15-minute candle here. So if we do manage to get up here to around 25, above 25.50, and we get a candle close above that 10 period there, it would certainly lend a bullish flavor. Fresh. Yeah, I saw fresh earlier. That was another Was that a Holly play from yesterday? I think it was. Ah, no wonder. Okay. I don't know how I had that ticked. But we have had a couple of I was like, I thought I saw fresh from Holly earlier, and I'm like, where did it go? Okay. So we do have the Sting and the fresh not working out so well today. I knew I was missing something. I was like, something's missing. It's too green. But still not a bad, not a bad split and a very handsome P&L nonetheless. I thought I heard somebody whispering or clicking. Did you sneak back in already, Barry? Could just be me. You guys got lucky. A cricket made its way into my house. And earlier, of course, positioned where I can't get to him, but just singing its head off. Like, this is going to be great for the live support session. But fortunately, they clammed up. Okay, I don't know what I heard there. A little audible pollution. All right, well, looking at the time, we are creeping up very quickly to the top of the hour. We got about 12 minutes left here. So if you've been sitting on a question or you just thought of one or whatever, let me know. BLMN. Bloomin' Brands. Well, not exactly lighting the world on fire, but once again, starting to see a lot of this rounded recovery type pattern on the intraday. Speaking of, yep, just acting as a magnet, that original entry signal there. Oh, yeah, okay. What a nice short. Once these wicks are in, once that little wick was in right there, 286. And then the high of this wick was 280. You know, you see a wick like that on a run like this, what are you going to risk? 4 or 5 cents maybe? That would have kept you in it right there at the top of that wick, risking a nickel. Eventually, patience is rewarded. And, what a move. This thing is presenting all kinds of opportunities today. So a nice little 35, 40 cent move, risking a nickel. I think that's about a 7 risk to reward ratio and a very simple methodology. And of course, takes a lot of concentration. But these are just 5-minute candles. So once that one closed, you knew what the risk was. Especially when you start to see the range of this one. Because who knows? This candle did the same thing. And if you tried it here, didn't work. But then you get 2 in a row. All right. Now, also too, you might notice my unusual number of prints ticker here. But I bet, okay, these high values here, what I've noticed is not all the time, but there's always a direct correlation between the unusual number of prints, like in these 2 candles here. I'm sure the prints were going blotto. But if we look at that 11 o'clock hour here, let's just do a little exercise here. And we'll just look at RAD for easy reference. Okay. This is the 11 to 11:05 time period, right? Look at how high the number of prints were because the alert is unusual number of prints. I've left the field blank, and the quality column is going to tell me how many prints were there. All right. So you can see as this bar closed out at 11:05, we were, this was the busy bar leading from here up to here. Prints are off the charts, the highest they've been, and then you get the topping wick, and then it settles back down again. And that's really the only purpose I have for unusual number of prints is to help me try to figure out, okay, you know, hindsight's always 20/20 here, but it worked perfectly for this reversal. The heat wave has not subsided. Matter of fact, it's like, hey, not only I'm not going to subside, I'm going to be here for a while. Because when I pull up my phone app, what's the high today? 106, and then tomorrow 105. So for the next 10 days, it's going to be 105, 106, 107. However, that's still not record highs. And what's funny is you turn on the news and they're like, record heat waves. No, 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 no. Just that's not accurate. This is not a record. Records have occurred way back in time, but the news likes to be all super dramatic. Now, is that a movie reference that I'm missing out on there? Joan? Oops. Kind of had my eyes on the 10 period here for rad, but it looks like the 20 period on the 5 is kind of acting as a little net here for now. All right, Brian, when I look at risk reward, are you looking mainly on the daily or the 15-minute? Then you look at net, what's your volume minute? Okay, so once again here on this top tick, once this candle here closed, I'm referencing the upper end of that wick or the top price of that wick, right? So in this case, it was 286, right? So you see this next candle open, it's below there. Let's say you got short at 279. The high here was 286. So I typically put a penny outside. So I would have said 287, 179 is my entry. That would have been an 8-cent risk getting short up here. Okay. So we're risking 8. And currently from 279 down to 234, let's just call it 280. Let's just call it there was 40 cents potential here in this move, right? I risked 8 cents if I would have got stopped out, and the trade yielded 40 cents on this little downturn here. So wouldn't be yeah, that's 5x. Okay, I risked 8 cents, 40 was on the table. So that's a 5 risk to reward ratio. If I was going to risk 8 and it ended up yielding 40, okay, then my risk level would have been here. Of course, my entry level we have to mark it off here. Let's just say right at the let's just say right in the middle of that green candle body right there. So if I got short right here, let's even call it worse 273. My risk was 288 even. All right, 273. Even if I risk 15 cents here, it paid about 3x. Right? So this is my risk level right here. Entry, stop up here. But then the reward level is much larger. Think how many times we could fit this risk level into this reward level. So hopefully, let's see who asked that question. Hopefully, Brian, that makes sense. Now, look at how ridiculous the risk level was. If we would have played the upside break, okay, I'll move my line down here. We put in a top, we meandered around until about an hour into the open, and then look how this thing just went dit, 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 boom, right? But look how low my risk would have been at the bottom of the range here. A buck 70, a buck 76 here. Say I went long at a buck 76. The low of the range was, we could even round it up to 166. You risk a dime here and it paid, you know, a gazillion dimes, right? 176 up to 272. That's a 20 risk to reward ratio there. If you were lucky enough to get it at this level, which maybe some person out there did, and hats off to them, but say most did not. That or they were already in it. Well,
Is that a cricket sound? I don't know.
no, no,
So
no, no. The
blurry.
cricket clammed up all of a sudden, thank God.
Oh,
But it was in my kitchen under my water heater, and it sounded out here in my office area. It sounded like it was like right beside my ear. I mean, that thing was loud.
I don't think we have crickets out in Vancouver. I really don't. I think that's a real hot and humid weather little bug. I don't think we get them out here. I know we had them back in Montreal where I live, but I don't recall ever hearing a cricket out here.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I
Well,
remember when I was in school in San Marcos, you would have every once in a while a cricket invasion.
oh my gosh.
And literally these things would be piled up 3, 4 feet against the insides of the buildings, the outside, in the corners, they'd all
Yeah.
pile up. I mean, it was weird.
At least they weren't locusts. We're not Armageddon.
That is true, but you never associate a smell with crickets. But when they pile up
Now,
like that, you're like, ooh, that it's the most acrid aroma you could ever. You're like,
aren't
hey,
crickets chock full of protein though? So if you're really, really in a pinch, you could just munch on a bunch of crickets.
you mean eat the bugs, Betty?
Yeah, exactly.
You can always eat the bugs. Here's the problem. Yeah, there's protein in them, but any bug with an exoskeleton, that exoskeleton is composed of a chemical called chitin, chitin.
I can see you've done your research.
Chitin is extremely toxic to humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, how come
So,
I always used to read about cricket covered or chocolate covered crickets?
well, I mean, I'm not saying that that might not be tasty,
Hmm.
right? And just have one here and again, right?
I was going to say everything in moderation.
Exactly. But like consuming bug protein on the regulars, would not recommend it. But you have to be careful because if you start reading the ingredients on a lot of the products you buy, even chocolate berry,
Chocolate? No, no, that's a food group.
they're putting they're putting the bug protein in the chocolates now.
Hmm. Okay, I'll have to tell my wife. She
And
loves chocolate.
they're not even saying anything. They're just doing it.
They're just doing it.
But they have to list it, you know.
Now, where else could you go, people out there listening to us, to hear this unbelievable conversation about crickets and what was the compound? Ketene? Katine?
Chitin.
Chitin.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Okay. Where else could you go to hear that sort of stuff?
Little random bits of useless knowledge, Barry.
Well, no, I'm going to be checking my labels now. Everything I buy, I'm going to see. How do you spell that? Chitin? It can't be just Kiton.
I believe it's
Ah,
CHITIN.
yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to write that
Oh, and
down.
since we're on that topic,
Yes.
okay, in Campbell soup, everybody loves Campbell. Who doesn't love soup, right? Well, if you pick up Campbell's now and a bunch of other of these corporate foods, you'll see at the bottom of the ingredients list these days, hello, this product contains biologically engineered proteins.
Ooh.
Now, you know what that's code for?
Sounds yummy. No, but you'll tell me.
Engineered lab grown meat.
Oh, okay,
So
gotcha.
somehow they're growing meat
Hmm.
in a petri dish, and then they're putting it into the food.
Hmm.
So, man, biologically engineered protein. Wow. Okay. All right. Well,
Well, is it
whatever that
better
means.
than killing cows? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know if that is. Uh, I could attest to it's not better than eating cows. Um, but you know.
I know you have strong opinions about all this. I know you do. I'm
Yes,
sort of leading you on, Jamie.
I'm a consumer of beef, Barry.
Yeah, I am leading you on in all this. Okay. All
Yes.
right, my friend, I'll take over.
All right. Well, thanks everybody. It was enjoyable, Barry. Always a pleasure with you, sir, and we'll talk to you later.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, let me get my music running. Yeah, we're getting into really silliness now, guys. I mean, I actually was able to get this Joan. You're right. These are all companies like Rad and Joan and Tup and Yell. I mean, they're all teetering, and yet, and I don't know. We don't have the short float information on this one. Um, you guys with IB, I've never really looked at IB before, but there's probably like a table that shows the float and the short float percent in IB, more than likely. And I'm told that we are changing data providers that is, going to solve this stupid issue. 18%. Okay, thank you, Draw 18%. Is that in Interactive Brokers? Where you got that information? Or article Benzinga, okay. I'm sure Interactive Brokers probably has a table somewhere where you can check the float and the I know you can where you can check the float, but the float short percent also. Anyway, we're in this, I mean, if you look, there's no news on this one, zero news. So it's just a matter of some group somewhere is pumping the heck out of this, just like the rate aid. The only difference is with that one is that WBA was also moving at the same time as rate aid. So again, with WBA buying a lot of the rate aid stores, it just seemed to be too coincidental. You would expect it from a RAD to be some group, but not WBA. Maybe off Etsy. Maybe. Here's Pinterest, guys. Pinterest on the way down now. PINS. Now let's take a look left. The next low looking left is around 27. So to me, just not too much room. It doesn't, it's Steakhouse or whatever it's called, stakeholders, or yeah, they're doing exactly that. SBKH. We're having an interesting discussion about crickets and how good they taste. In our YouTube room, look at this. Ugh, what an ugly, ugly looking chart. Look at this 5 minute chart. How ugly is that? Interesting. Okay, for Joby, I saw Joby earlier making lows, but obviously it's trying to bounce. Okay, so you don't mean a new daily high, right? Because, well, maybe you do, but I mean the daily high is way up here, 836. I mean, I guess it's not that far away. I haven't looked at crypto in a while now. I saw earlier Riot was moving down, but yeah, look at Bitcoin. Yeah, the high up here, 17 down to 15. Not Bitcoin, BITO, an ETF. I know it doesn't map exactly Bitcoin's movement, but okay, guys. Actually, the driven now, I know it's had a nice bounce, but what it's doing, it's basing nicely right around 16. The VWAP, where's that VWAP? 1487. Oh, it's way above the VWAP. Okay, so kind of basing nicely right around 16. This could have still another little move. I mean, that's a great move it made 13 to 16. So I know a lot of you were waiting for a bounce. Well, excuse me, wasn't there also talk about your government only going to be allowing Bitcoin and no other of the coins, something like that, to trade? I don't- so I only read these headlines. I don't really dive into them very often. But didn't I read something like that? That the only one they want to be able to have trading is Bitcoin itself, but not the other coins. Could have sworn I saw something about that. No, I'm looking to go long driven, which I did. I just took it. Maybe a little scalp play. It's got to take out 46. I'm in at 20, so I'm hanging right in there. Goes below 20, I'm out. 1620, of course, I'm talking. I'm just looking at this area right over there, that 1646. Maybe it gets there or close. This is just no, I'm not a scalper, but this to me is just a little a fun play. Let's see how fun it is. This one here, the momentum up, Jose. This one right there. It's yeah, it's there. You mean you're talking about on my homepage or in my homepage? It's there. Well, let's take a look. Unless in the last hour it miraculously disappeared, but I'm pretty sure it's there. So click on my homepage link and dock momentum up or down. Well, and I have actually another one called Momo, which is mainly like this. It just presents the data in a slightly different way. But there they are, dock momentum up or down. Maybe it's because the dock threw you off. It's just that now it's in a dock like this. You'll get both of them. If you don't want the momentum down, then you can load this and then just X that out. Okay. So yeah, just a word about this too. I mean, yeah, I do have another one called Momo. Okay, so it's essentially the same as this. It just presents the data in a different way. Okay, The Momo scan will present it sort of like this, in which you would see the stock making a new high after, well, in this case, obviously it's a new low, but you would see the stock over and over and over and over again in a list. Okay. This way, what happens is you will see the stock when it makes a new high, you'll see the time. You just won't see it over and over again in a list, if that makes sense. It's just another way of organizing it. So you'll always see the stock when it makes a new high, and you'll see the time, and you'll see it right at the top of the scan. It's just sort of a different way to present the data. You can see what would happen is if I allowed it to do this, I would sort of run out of room. Okay, guys, out of the driven flat. I was hoping we'd get into the mid 30s, but it didn't. So I'm out of the driven flat. Hey, you know what's starting to move, and I think it's just taking out the VWAP guys is ELF. So this is an all-time high. Well, it's not an all-time high today, but because it would have to be a. And I'll show you what I mean. That obviously is the all-time high. Okay, now again, pre-market, post-market, and pre-market is not counted. So there's 137.50. That is the all-time high. And this is an earnings play, and it's starting to move. And more importantly, it's through the VWAP. 134.686 is the VWAP. It is a dollar above the VWAP now, guys. So this could be interesting, especially if the market starts to rally just a little bit. You know, it's a pretty low float too, 50 million. And it's not crazy low, but it's certainly not a high float for a $135 stock. That's ELF, ELF, ELF. Ooh, you know what, guys? I was just when I was on my break, keep an eye on this triple N. I think it has about a dollar. A moment as I get it in. Another earnings play. It's a REIT, so it won't be too active maybe, but this is now broken down below 41. And when I checked the next low looking left, it was about a dollar away. Yeah, not a ton of well, it's a REIT, It's normally these REITs don't well, I think it's a REIT, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it's a REIT. But it is an earnings play. So that's the thing. It's an earnings play, so it should be active most of the day. 2.2 times relative volume. It's a big float, 180 million. But it may be one of those ones that just, drifts down for the balance of the day. What is what, weeks? What is what? What is that? I'm talking about the triple N, just like you just said. Oh, a REIT. Oh, I see. Real estate investment trust. It's a real estate investment trust. They're all over the place, which engages in investing in property subject to long-term net leases, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Well, do it goods. I'll say VWAP 100 times in 1 minute to drive you crazy. Actually, I haven't said VWAP too many times today. Thanks for reminding me. So the VWAP for triple N is at 4133. All right, guys, 117. I think I'll do my video right now. And yeah, 13, 117. So I'll be back certainly no later than 128. Hey guys, so I'll be muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I did take this triple end. I don't know. I mean, I'm in at 480. Whoa, 43. I wonder how I got that. I thought it was in at 481. But anyway, short the triple end at 483. Um, just want to see if it can inch its way down. I'm not expecting much out of it. Gets back up to 482. I'll probably just turf it. Triple end, and. It'll be probably be as boring as anything, but it's an earnings play. Okay, you just joined. Aman, does that mean you are a new subscriber to Trade Ideas? Hopefully you can hear me. I just put that in our Trade Ideas questions section. Okay. So have you done the 30-minute video, other 10 videos that take you about 30 minutes? Have you done that? Okay. That's your first step then. Okay. Your first step is to do this. Let me just give you the link for it. Okay. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in. You click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Just give me a moment. You'll be at the top here. Okay, you'll be at the top. Just scroll down where you see Get Started. Get Started. Now you may have already downloaded the program, but download your downloaded install, your first startup and login, etc. Layout styles. This is important. Episode 7. Introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. So it'll take you about 30 minutes. But it, as I always say, it is a software program, so there is a little bit of a learning curve. Once you've done that, you'll have the basics down anyway. Okay. And then after that, we can take a look and maybe give you some scans that you might like. Okay. Okay, guys. That's right. Get that unmuted. So I'm going to be pretty highly selective right now. I don't want to give up too much of what I've had a pretty good day. I wish I'd had the driven short, but I've had a pretty good day. So now the only thing I'm going to be watching for later is maybe another rad move, RAD. Though it doesn't look good right now. I mean, it took out the VWAP and it's starting to really fade. I was hoping it might stick around that 260 mark for a while and then have one of those late day breaks, but it may not do that. And then the other one, of course, was Joan, but Joan looks like it might be doing the same thing as Rad. Yeah, Joan is even worse. So what I'm looking for is something that really popped, dropped a little bit, and then kind of basing it a bit, and then maybe, in that 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock hour, gets the enthusiasm back for a while. Again, it may not happen to anything. Give me a minute, guys. I'm Oh, you're using your cell phone, man. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. I mean, this is not really designed. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's really not designed for a cell phone. Okay, yeah. Please go into your laptop. And we are trying to get a something that will be somewhat presentable on a cell phone, but yeah, right now. All right. Yeah, you can ask questions. Certainly. I mean, if I can help, I will. If not, I will direct you to somebody who can. Do I think that ELF could be a good short scalp if it cannot break 136? Let's take a look at ELF. Of course, I'm thinking that ELF started to become a little bit strong. Well, maybe not. First of all, the VWAP is 134.89. So, I'd be waiting. I'd be waiting for a VWAP break. If I were going to short this, I'd have to wait for a VWAP break. Right now, it's just hanging above it. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of hanging on to this triple N. This could be one of those ones that just inches its way down. All right, market's trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. Well, it's definitely something that's followed a little bit. Okay, I mean, I don't look at very many indicators, but I think certainly the VWAP and the 200-day moving average are two indicators that are widely used. Guys, LTH, is this an earnings play? It's not an earnings play, but this is trying to have a comeback. LTH, and the reason I'm getting a trigger right now, it's just above yesterday's high. And so the next high looking left is 1813. How close is that? Yeah, it might be a little too close. Might be too close to 1778. I'm back. Oh, it's a hard question, Amand. How much do you need to start trading? I mean, where are you located in the world? Number one, if you're in the States and you want to, be a fairly active trader, you know, without getting in too much of the detail, you're going to have 25,000 in your account. I know you can go to a cash account as opposed, but it's a very difficult question for me to ask or ask to answer. So, I mean, if you want to be an active trader, if you don't want to be subject to the PDT, your pattern day trading rules, which only I think allow you 3 day trades a week. But that's a very difficult question for me to, depends on how much you're trying to make. I mean, you can trade with $500 if you wanted to, but I mean, it all depends. You're going to be obviously pretty limited to how much you could make. Yeah, neither are we in Canada subject to those that silly rule. So it's an impossible question for me to answer. I mean, if are you trying to trade just to make a little extra money on the side? Ah, guys, look at the triple N. So again, it's still hard for me to, if you had $500, you've got $1,000, you had $5,000. You have to have a realistic, also if you're brand new to trading, before you even start trading, you should practice. And we have a simulator here that you can practice trading. So if you're brand new to trading, before you even start to trade, you should practice in our simulator. You have to come up with a trading plan also. You have to have reasons why do you take a stock. Too many people think start trading. They just think, oh, I think I'll take this. I heard, I read on Twitter or I heard somewhere that this is going to have blowout earnings or something like that, or they just so for me that's not a reason to take a stock. The other thing that I should give you, if you go to my homepage again, if you're just starting out, oops, give me a moment. So if you're just starting out, again, click on my homepage link. One moment. So click on my homepage link again. And you see where it says Trading 101? This is a great video series that one of our traders put together. And it's geared for people who are literally just starting out. You don't have to look at every video, but because, the first one literally, it says literally, what is a stock? Okay. But I think there are 38 videos. The last 2 videos talk about the concept of creating a trading plan. You have to have a trading plan. Money management is pretty critical. You know, you get into a stock, you know where you're going to get out if it's not working. Things like that. Why did you take the trade? Okay, you took the trade, but what if it doesn't work? Where are you going to get out? There is a lot to trading. I don't want to sound too negative, but you really have to, get some basics behind you before you, commit money to the market. But most people don't, man, they start off, they're super exciting or excited, they get their broker, they fund their broker, they get trade ideas. But you know what the program is called? Trade ideas. So the thing is that just because I get an idea that comes through one of my scans, it doesn't mean I just take the trade. I click on the alert, check to see what's happening on my different time frames that I like to look at. What is the market doing? I mean, I've been trading for a while, so I can size a lot of this stuff very quickly. I actually can't, AP, recommend some of the books to developer. And I really can't. I don't know if Michael goes in. Did you ever look at the last two videos Michael did? I think they're the last two. I talk about a trading plan. So if you go to the that trading 101, I think the last two videos deal with the concept of having. Okay, well maybe take a look at the last two videos. All right. I think those two go into the concept of developing a trading plan, but I don't think it's going to say, this is an example of one, and here's another one, here's another one. It might. I haven't looked at them to be honest, but you should take a look. But a trading plan can be, as simple, well, yeah, as simple as this. I'll only trade stocks between $1 and $20 for whatever reason. Maybe after practicing, you've decided that's kind of your sweet spot. I'll only look at stocks that have a minimum of 300,000 shares that are traded. I'll only look at stocks that have a relative volume, are using a relative volume filter of at least three. These are the concepts that you build a scan. And then the big thing though is what is going to be your trigger. I just like to see stocks near the highs and lows of the day, but many would rather see a stock on a pullback to a certain maybe moving average or to the VWAP or something like that. And that's how you have to develop your style. When I started, I didn't know that that's what I wanted to do. See stocks near the high or the low of the day. But after, trading for a while, that kind of suited my personality, if you will. A lot of it is personality. Also, how long can you trade? Are you only want to trade first hour of the day? Do you live in the West Coast and you have a real job so you can only look at the market an hour a day? Or can you look at the market all day long? There's all sorts of things that go into trading. Hey, PJ, the VRT is starting to come back a little bit. I'm not in it anymore, and I don't think you are either, but the VRT is starting to come back a little bit. Who knows? Maybe a late day run. I think you'd need the market on our side. At least you don't want to see it go down. It shouldn't matter. Well, and you say you're down 23%. So, I mean, look, I'm not saying there are no great tips out there, but to rely on other people for trading and trading profits is even, like, I'm not saying anybody should rely on me. Is this another one that did the crazy? Really, not the crazy crazy, but now EQRX. So let's take a look left. 28. Hmm. Maybe a little bit of resistance along the way up. Well, it depends what you mean, Sam, by can you use the AI signals to buy stocks? Does that mean you're just going to buy them and then just not manage the trade? I mean, the AI, what it does, of course, it just delivers the stocks to you. You don't have to do anything. It'll just deliver the stocks to you. Well, I mean, in theory, sure, you could. I mean, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to create any scan. It's just going to give you the alert. How you trade them will be, of course, up to you. I mean, for instance, look where the AI, if you just follow the AI religiously, look where the AI got out of this DRVN short. The alert was at 1609. Okay. We got all the way down to 1319. The AI got out of the trade at 1534. That would have been a horrible. I mean, you still made money, but a sane trader would never let that happen. You know, allow it to move $2 against you when you're already up a lot. So that's all I'm saying is that yes, the AI can give you the signals, but in my opinion, you should manage the excess on your own. So if I understand what you mean, you just don't want to, you don't want to look at any of my scans or anybody else's scans, and I understand that. And then you just want this, and you just trade these stocks. No, every day is going to be different, of course. Today was quite frankly, a spectacular day for the AI. It doesn't look like it when you look at these stupid numbers that I want them to get rid of. But some of these were way in the money, and then they've been allowed to come back. The other thing is that a lot of times for instance, I would never take an alert just because I got the alert, any alert, and I don't care if it's the AI or mine. Just because I get the alert, oh, I better get it in right away. Okay, I would want to check. I want to click on it, see how it's trading. What's the market doing? Maybe, especially if it might be a stock that might be affected more or less by the market. Is there some news? I'll just check. I'll always want to check to see if there's news, and then I make up my mind. And if it's moved 10 or 15 cents, against me, when I say against me, let's just say, the 32.50, I see the alert, I do some figuring out, and now it's 32.60. It's not a big deal. So again, you get the alert at 32.50, you spend a little time doing some analysis, you think, yep, I want that trade, but now it's at 32.60. It's just not a big deal. These are not designed for like quick scalps and all that. So I don't know. Does that answer your question? Okay. Do I just Google company names when I want to find the news about it? No, I don't. What happens is, for instance, if I click on RVMD, Michael, so I have my interactive headlines news. This is my broker's news. Oh, virtually all brokers will have something. Okay, so I don't Google it. But the minute I click on it, so if I click on TGI, see how it changes. So I can find out the news on TGI if there is anything. Now we do have a news tab up here also, which does the same thing, sort of. I use this typically for older news. Older news, okay. This is not to be mistaken for up to the second news breaking, and neither is this. Okay, but it is pretty darn current. I mean, usually if there is some news that is breaking, usually it's pretty good in here. It's one of the nice things about interactive brokers that I find. Okay, guys. Well, as I thought it might be, it was just a kind of a scalp trade for me on the triple N. Didn't expect much. Made about a little over a nickel. Not much. Again, I didn't take it. with the idea that that's what was going to happen. But I wasn't expecting that much, but it had a dollar until the next low. So that, that's why I took it. Driven, yeah, you might be right there, William. Now the only issue is the VWAP. So the VWAP is 14. Okay, but you're not looking for that much. So yeah, 14.99 is the VWAP. Okay. So it might slide into the VWAP, and then of course then you're going to see what happens. So Brian, so the question is, am I watching the AI all day? And am I trading? So yeah, I'll do it, but it's not my number one focus. But I have this. Obviously I do have it up and running on my other monitor. Okay, and I have a sound alert. So on it, so I'll know that there's been an AI alert. I'll take a look at it. I mean, obviously but the driven. See, some of these were already showing up in my scans ahead of time, like the driven and the VRT. I think even the CWH. So I already knew these before they hit the AI. It's always nice though. It's always nice to have multiple scans showing the same stock because they're all sort of different little filters in place. LTRY. I know you mentioned that. I couldn't find it anywhere. Oh, that's why. Yeah. So as you know, well, you don't know necessarily. Yeah. So guys, I don't trade anything under a dollar. But hey, no question. I mean, this is absolutely flying right now. Lottery.com secures the $50 million credit. Okay, restores Nasdaq compliance. So it's interesting. They've restored Nasdaq compliance, and they're still under a dollar. So this could be watched maybe tomorrow. I mean, if it regains a dollar, I'm not, but I won't trade anything under a dollar. And if you say why, that's part of my plan. CMBM now, guys. This is now just showing up. Okay, here's an example of one. I was trying to find one earlier today. This is an example of an option play. Okay, to go, the idea is to go long it, but it's down for the day. So this is a nice little bounce. Hmm. Okay, guys, I'm definitely keeping an eye on the CMBM. The longer it holds over 11, this gets me very interested. Okay, we have the pre-market stuff around 11:53, so that's okay. Now, I have not done any analysis on how good these sort of ones are, the ones that are still quite down for the day, but are now making new highs for the day. So down for the day, meaning down from yesterday's close, of course. So this is still down 31% from yesterday's close, but making a new high for it intraday. How much are the scans? Well, yeah, no, it's a package. It's a package. Now, if you, so I'll just go over the pricing, Brian. Yeah, we don't sell the scans individually. Okay, guys, give me a moment as I'm following this CMBM. So if you click on my link, I'll get it up here. Yeah, so you click on my link. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. So I can give you a 15% discount for the first month only. Well, if you look at this, let's take a look at the monthly. So all of my scans and any scan that you may want to create yourself, you can get it part of the standard service. So that would be 118 less the 15% for the first month only. Okay. If you want the AI, if you want this also, that would be 228 less the 15%. Now again, the 15% is only good for the first month. Now, at some point in the future, if you wanted to take on an annual, I can give you a 25%. The annual is on the premium is 2,000, so that would be what 1,600, and this one, the standard, is 1,000, and so that would be 750. Okay, but I would never start off with an annual. I mean, if you want to, you can, but I would always start off with a monthly. See if you like it, and then if at some point you want to take on an annual, and the obvious reason for taking on an annual is that your per monthly cost is less. But we have a lot of subscribers that just go month to month, and that's fine. Aha! VRT guys, not in it yet. Yeah, my feeling is that had it been a different day, PJ, not necessarily one that had to move up, but just not one that would kept moving down for the majority of the day, is you know, probably would have persisted a little bit more at the very beginning instead of having that little drop down to 32. Well, the sky's the limit. There's no obviously no resistance, all time high. All right, guys. So I'm in the CMBM. It's not moving very much, but I am in it. I want to see if it minute. Whoa! That's all I got to do is talk to it. How funny was that? Well, for me anyway. All of a sudden, it just popped. I was in. I got in. I was just gonna say 11:13. Okay, I've just sold some at 11:30, guys. 13 to 11:30 for the CMBM. And now we'll see what happens if it can start to fill in this little void here. But remember, for all the reasons it's down 30%, they're still there. All those reasons are still valid. But I got it on my option scanner. So 155 was the time, 1097 was the price. I didn't get it there. I waited for the break over 11, number one. Watch it trade around that 11, 10, 11, 15 mark. Actually, LTRY is an earnings play too, according to hmm, according to well, I don't know. This. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm very sorry. I thought I was looking at my compare count. No, this is the greater than 300K versus on the upside versus the downside. I'm sorry. I thought I was looking at my earnings scanner. How do you see stocks have been in a 6 month uptrend and then have extended a lot today or the last 2 days? Well, the uptrend 6 months, right? Look at this, guys. And the old man is old man, not old man. My sound alert here is old man. That's why I'm saying old man. Well, I'm not in the VRT, but I am in the CMBM. Well, I saw it from my option scanner, number one. Okay, number one, and I really love my option scanner. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I'm a bit of a whole number guy. So, I will never take the trade. I would never take the oops. I would never take the trade at 1097. I always think that, that whole number could stall it. So I always wait for a whole number break. That's just me. And then I watched, this traded around, it's hard to see on this 15-minute chart, but this traded around, 1110 to 1115 for a few minutes. So that somewhat gave me the confidence that it might hold 11. Okay. And so that's why I took it at 1113. I've sold some at 1130, and I'm probably going to, yeah, I'm going to get rid of most of it now. Most of it now, just because when I look at the pre-market, this is kind of the area it's at. Okay. Just the way I trade. So 6 month uptrend. So let's just take a look at position in ranges. I don't know if we have 6 months. This is not something I normally do. Okay, position in 6 month range. Now, see, the problem with this is that, I mean, you could set it so that it's at the high of 6 months, but that could happen on one day, right? I mean, it could be sitting down here, and then having an unbelievable day, wiping out everything before it. So I don't know if that's going to give you what you're looking for. If you're looking for something that's just been steadily moving up over 6 months, I'm not sure we have something like that. But you can certainly find stocks that are at the high of a 6 month range. If you put 100% right there, then that would be a stock that is at the high of its 6 months, which could be a stock that has just been trending and not just, a 2-day wonder that that's happened. And then extended a lot today, then you would just use that as a filter, and then put your create an alert window with maybe a big volume burst for today. But if you're looking for something that's just been inching upwards over the last 6 months, I don't think we have anything like that. Okay, guys, I'm glad I got out of the CMBM right around that 1150 mark. That's kind of where I thought it might stall, just based on that pre-market action that I saw. Now, driven, really interesting. Wow. In fact, I think it's right at the VWAP, isn't it? Good for you, William. You did a nice job on that short for driven, DRVN. Oh, it's right on the sitting right on the VWAP now, isn't it? $15. So it's right at the VWAP. Now, I used to have a scan that was trend. Let me just see if I can find something. It may not be 6 months. Trend reversal up. Let's see what it looks like. I haven't looked at it for a long time. Yeah, so that's just 5 days, okay? But it's still near a yearly low. So this is only 5 days. So I mean, but it's the same principle though. It's showing stocks that are near the high of 5 days. So even if you substituted that the 60 days and put it near the high, again, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's been trending. But you can try it, Travis. Okay, I would just try it. I can give you this one and change it to the position in 60 days. Put that at 90. Okay, and you can have a look at it. And then you can also obviously just create your own price range and all those sorts of things. Wow, look at CMBM right back up to 1150. Hmm. Now, Travis, that was a top list, so you can convert that into an alert window, and then whatever trigger you want to use. Yeah, I did not get back into it, guys. The VRT. Now look at CMBM. It actually popped back right back up again. Not in this one anymore, but obviously a big gap to fill. SMG broke through strong support. Let's take a look at SMG. I think that was an earnings play, wasn't it? Yeah, earnings play. You mean strong resistance? I'm looking at, there's the VWAP, 58.73. Are you talking about breaking through strong resistance? Okay, good. Well, there's a VWAP play right there, isn't it? I mean, VRT, it broke down below the VWAP and then it came up to the VWAP, challenged it for a bit. And you could have waited for a nice VWAP break. The VWAP at that point was around 33 and got into the trade around 33.50, on the VWAP break. Put the stop at the VWAP or just slightly under, and you'd be up $1 now. And that could be a trading plan, an example of a trading plan. If you want to, try to take trades using the VWAP as either support or resistance. Oh man, man, too bad I got shaken out of this thing. I got to 11.50 and then it came right back down to 11.20. If it had not been so down for the day, I probably would have held some. But remember, I mean, as I said, there's a reason why it was down, well, at that point, 30% on earnings. That hasn't disappeared. So yeah, while it's a nice little bounce play, it doesn't mean that, hey, wait a minute, we made a mistake. Actually, our guidance and earnings were great. No. Oh man, oh man, oh man, that's right. Right click, properties, actions, see where it says oh man. So one of the nice things about TradeIt is that you can have different scans and you can put a different sound alert on your different scans. So when you hear a sound alert, a sound, which scan to take a look at. But I will caution you, don't have so many scans that you're overwhelmed with, so many alerts all day long. I'm right at my max, to be honest, right at my max. Boy, what a recovery this is turning into, though. So this is coming, well, not really, I'm sorry. The 200 days 18. I thought it was 1238, but no, it's 1838. Wow. Well, what a surge now for this CMBM. That's a dollar now from the alert. I think 1097, just about a dollar from that alert of 1097. Tell me when it hits a dollar goods. Could be tomorrow. Well, I'm actually going to put an alert for about a dollar for LTRY to see if it gets over a dollar tomorrow. I am surprised that they've regained compliance without what's and still being under a dollar. Obviously, there are other factors that come into play. Well, actually, now it's breaking down a little bit underneath the VWAP for ELF. 130, yeah, 134.92 is the VWAP. Somebody, I think Luca, you were asking about shorting this one. Well, at least you've got the VWAP break now. I don't know where it's going. There's probably some support around 132.73. Not that far away. Yeah, Alpha is an all well, up here is an all-time high. Yeah, 137. Now it could be watched tomorrow. That's in fact what I'll do is put an alert. Well, actually, I do have an alert already set up there. John M, there must be something else. Okay, so they're up. Not okay, so this is up on compliance with NASDAQ audit panel requirement financing pack. So that's the audit. So there may be some, they may still have to get this stock over a dollar. Oh man, I completely lost sight of that EXTR also. I mean, this is an all-time high also. It's a little bit like the VRT. I think it probably has the same little pullback, the same around the same time. And this is an all-time high right here also. Hmm. Well, maybe not today, but I'm talking about next week or maybe tomorrow. Yeah, we're only Wednesday, so definitely interested in this EXTR, guys. As long as it holds over 30, had little topping tails here, but they're not huge. Got up to what 30 24 and 3019. This gets up back up to 3020. This could get on a maybe a late day run. Boy, that DRVN guys, a great trade by William. I'm sure you're out, but even on a VWAP break, look at SPR. Wow, another low earnings play, another low. You could have almost just thrown a dart on any one of these today. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:26. So another little over half an hour. Again, I'll always say later after 3 o'clock if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll be wrapping up about 3 o'clock. So one last look at my homepage as VRT without me. So I basically manage all my trades manually, Doc. I've never used trailing stops ever, but I usually just manage my trades manually. I'm never usually in more than two at a time. So I get a bit of a feel. I mean, I always have a stop. I mean, my stop is my absolute, I'm never going to disobey my stop. But because I'm only in a couple of trades max at a time, I basically just manage the trade as I see it. Now, but I've never been one to have, 10, 15 trades at a time. In that case, you'd have to have some kind of a automated system to do it. Yeah. I mean, but I've never been that trader. Brooke, you're welcome. I'm not going yet. Hold on. So on my homepage, again, here's my promo code to use, Barry15 for 15% off the first month only. And if you do want to take on an annual subscription, I can get you a 25%. Okay. To get started, you must do it. You have 30 minutes to go through those 10 short videos. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, really recommend you take a look at this. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. Sent to you before the market opens Monday mornings. The big education section is here. And here are my scans. If you want my scans, you can see some of them, on the screen that I'm sharing, but some are on my other monitors. You can kind of just pick and choose which ones you want. Okay. Now, again, if you do want to take out a subscription, I would really appreciate it if you use my link. The reason why, this is a free room. We want to keep it free. So the company uses this as a marketing tool and they want to make sure it's working. All right. So every time a subscription is taken using my link, my promo code, the room gets credit. The company knows, hey, the room's working. Okay. So the other thing is if you save my homepage, then of course you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section anytime you want. And at any time in the future, you do decide you want to take out a subscription. There it is. And there's my promo code. Okay. Don't understand that, Weeks. Why would I want to have multiple accounts? There is a site called Earnings Whispers, I think. I don't know. I think some of it is free, but I don't know how free it is, but I think Whispers, something like that. If you Google Earnings Whispers, thank you, PJ. Somebody's asking, is there a place you can go to look at earnings expectations? Yeah, earnings. So, yeah, thanks. So it's earningswhisper.com. But I would caution you, okay? Just because it says, oh, 90% say it's going to be great or whatever percentage. Like you call it my trading plan. I never, ever, ever, and I'll say it ever a million times, trade through earnings. You could tell me anything you want, but the earnings they're gonna be blowout earnings, and I will never trade through earnings. I'll wait. Can always trade the next day. Yes, there could be a big gap, either up or down. I get it, but I just don't like to gamble. But that's me. Okay, so Phil, I only demonstrate this, and I know I think I say this every single day. I should be taking more simulated trades to show you guys how it works, but I just use this as a simulator. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. I mean, I've had Interactive Brokers for a long, long time, way before Brokers Plus came along. I'm just used to trading from within that platform. It's that simple. Personally, I just don't see the advantage or the need to trade from, even if I weren't doing this and I had Brokerage Plus, I'm not sure I would see the advantage of trading from within this for me. If I were multiple trades, probably maybe. It's definitely easier to look at, but I'm just so used to trading from within Interactive Brokers that But there are a lot of our customers that use this to trade. But you have to have they have to have an Interactive Brokers account in order to use this to trade from within. And it would work the same way. If you're attached to your account, you click on the alert. Let's take this EQRX as an example. Let's take it just to show you how easy it is. It is easy. Go to 500 shares. We'll go in at the market. The spread's only a penny. So let's do some money management, okay? I'm going to put a stop at 202, and I'll explain why. You will see right on the chart, minus $100, okay? Right on this chart, minus $100. So how did that happen? And you'll see a little flag that shows you where the alert, where you took the trade. This is in the simulator, remember, this is in the simulator. So again, as I've been talking about, I always have a plan to get into a trade. Why am I going to get into a trade? It has to make sense to me, but I'm going to pretend that EQRX, it made sense for me to take the trade. Okay. Now, where am I going to put my stop though? If the trade doesn't work, where am I going to put my stop? Where am I going to get out of the trade if it's not working? So the way I trade is I usually look at a 15-minute chart, and I'll look at what I would consider maybe a support area. Broke down through that support area. A support area meaning maybe a lot of action at a certain price, a lot of trading at a certain price. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. That's simple. So that's actually not bad even at 202. Okay. Now I put it at 202 to make the math simple. So that's the thing. If I determined that this was something I wanted to take because when I looked left, there was enough room for it to keep moving higher. So if I have a 20-cent stop on it, I would, if I had a 20-cent stop on this, which I do, I would have to be able to look left and say, okay, where could it keep going at least 40 cents before it hits any sort of resistance? In other words, a 1 for 2. I'm going to risk 20 cents to make 40. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make a nickel. So if I got the alert and I thought, that might be interesting, and then I look left and I see that the next high is a nickel away, I won't take the trade. My plan. So all that being said, if you decide to do all this, I might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, okay, as your get out. The reason I say that is that if you're just starting out, it might be difficult. It's a difficult job. I mean, listen, where I think there might be a support area on a chart, somebody else might look at it and go, no, I don't agree with that at all. And that's fine. There's no hard and fast VRT. Some might use the VWAP. We've been talking about the VWAP. Maybe use the VWAP as a stop. The stock broke above the VWAP. And so then you say, well, if it hits that VWAP, maybe moves a few pennies below, I should be out of the trade, something like that. But I would probably use the low of the previous 5-minute candle just to try it. Okay. The reason I say that is that the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. There's no guesswork. Okay. No, I don't look at level 2, Phil. And I'm not saying, there are people that use level 2 and that's fine. And if it works for them, that's great. I don't really look at level 2 at all. And I don't really have a daily goal profit loss, not really. But if you're starting out, it's probably a good idea. Certainly a loss. Okay. But let me just keep going here just for a couple of minutes. So why did I take 500 shares in this particular case? So the way I trade, again, my trading plan is that I don't vary the amount I'm risking per trade by very much. So what do I mean by that? So if I have a $5,000 account, I hope it makes sense. You shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. Okay. So in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. So if the trade doesn't work for me, The most I'm going to lose should be $100. That's why that line, that red line says minus 100. Why does it say that? Because I risked 20 cents on the trade. I took 500 shares. If you divide 20 cents or if you multiply 500 times 20 cents, you get $100. Conversely, if I'm risking $100 on a trade and I have a 20-cent stop, 20 cents into 100 is 500 shares. Now you can kind of set up an Excel spreadsheet because, well, that's the other aspect. I don't, I don't vary how much I risk trade to trade by very much. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So that means I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I'm taking is dictated by my risk amount. In this case, we'll say 100. And I divide the difference in my entry and my stop, in this case was 20 cents, into that risk amount. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet that will, so all you have to do is input your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate how many shares you should take. Okay. This is why you got to practice. Okay. This is a lot to take in. I get it. Well, depends what you mean by level two. My level two to me means, the bid and the ask and all. Of course, I've got time and sales. Okay, so I can see how a stock is trading. Okay, I can see the bid and ask. I mean, that's all I'm basing it on. I'm not caring that much about there's 87,000 or 91,000 and 56,000. I don't really don't look at this. Well, if it's listen, you're right. If it's a super fast moving stock, I mean, it's obviously going to be harder to share size. But that's just the way it is. I mean, if this EQRX and I was looking at 222 and then all of a sudden it goes to 250, yeah, you're right. But if I were, quite honest, frankly, if I were new to trading, I'd probably maybe shy away from these, even though they're super exciting. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's not, it's not, you couldn't do it using that sort of a formula because by the time you input it and determine how many shares, then you'd have to, start whittling down the number of shares if you still want to take the trade. So with all that being said, practice in the simulator. Now, here's the unfortunate part. When you start, if you start making money in the simulator, and it could take several months developing your own plan, your own style, and then you're starting to make money. Super simple to get to exit in the simulator, allow your stop to hit and get out of the trade. It's just not real money, is it? Now, the problem is when you start trading, emotions really start to come into play. Even though you may have, done a really good job at obeying your stop because it's not real money. Sometimes it can be very difficult when you start to trade. You get into a trade, you're all excited, take the trade. The room is even talking about it. Maybe there's news for the stock too. So that is not one reason why I take a trade, but I'll call that a bonus. And so what happens sometimes is that, so let's say for this one, it starts to drift down to that 202 mark, and you start second guessing yourself about, well, you know what, that's stop. I know I used the previous 5 minute candle, but this is such a good looking trade. It's got to work. So instead of obeying your stop and losing or managing your risk for only $100 to lose, it start turning into two, three, four, $500 before you finally sell, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. And for those of you who've been in the room for all these years, you know what I'm going to say. Almost as worse is when you don't obey your stop. You're down two, three, $400, and then it does turn around, and then you're up two, three, $400. Okay, and can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. But you know, Money management, if you want to stick around, is so critical. You can always get back into a trade. In the old days, commissions were a killer. To get in and out of trades would be, would be an account destroyer with the way commissions were. And I'm talking the old days. Nowadays, you either have free commissions or, such they're so cheap that's not a reason to not get out of a trade because man, I don't want to have to pay the commissions. You could always get back into a trade. Maybe it sets up again, sort of the same way, and you can try it again. Maybe when you took the trade, right afterwards, who knows? Maybe the market turned against you. Maybe some big seller came in that we're not aware of and knocked the heck out of it. But now that seller's gone. You just don't know. Okay, so obeying your stop is so critical. And let me tell you, I never knew what a stop was. I just went into every trade thinking it was going to work. It was that simple. And I didn't know what it meant by a trade not working. I just thought, "Oh, it'll come back." And then wait a minute. Now I'm down 20%, 30%, 50% in the trade. And then you do the worst thing, you start doubling down. You buy shares a lot lower on a losing trade. Believe me, one thing I do, which I never, ever, ever, ever do, is disobey my stop. I may still do a couple of things that I wouldn't normally do, maybe chase a stock a little bit, you know, because maybe I have a bit of a feel for it, but I'll still have a stop. The other thing I do is I try not to trade in the first 15 minutes. I will make an exception every now and then. And the reason I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, I run the risk of something that starts to move and keeps moving and moving and moving without me. That's fine. But I've just traded so many years of stocks moving very quickly up and down in the first 15 minutes. And there's nothing worse than, getting into a trade right off the bat and losing. Okay, I'll take another one. And then you lose that one. Now you're down two trades right off the bat, and you're only a minute into the market. And then you start to get into revenge trading. All your discipline gets thrown out. Well, I'm down. I know I only want to risk $100 a trade, but I'm already down 200. Even if you obeyed your stops the first two trades. So, human nature being what it is or can be, you say, well, you know what? This next trade, I'm going to make sure I'm going to wait a little bit. And I think this, I'm going to really wait for a great setup. But I'm going to risk $300 on it because I want to cover that $200 loss, and then I'll be up 100. And even the greatest setups sometimes don't work. So now you lose that one. Now you're down what, $500. And it can be a revenge trading is a sickness. Believe me, we have all done it. And yes, EXTR. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm just rambling on, guys. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Now we had a nice bunch of people in the room to start. It's always going to drift down at the end of the day. But if you have any friends or family, just anybody who might be interested in the market, even if they've never been in the market at all, tell them to come in. It's a free room. What are my thoughts on Crocs? That I'll never wear them, but in all seriousness, let's take a look at the stock. Now I know it had earnings in July, so it had earnings here. Okay, so I mean it hasn't recovered. It's below the 200-day still. So you can see that daily candle. Hope you can see if you can see that red candle right there. That's the day it had earnings. So it got hammered down on earnings, because the day before it closed at 120 and it got down to almost 100. Okay, so it is still like Thoughts about what? Going long or short? I wouldn't go short unless it took out 100 probably. But even if it did, yeah, I mean, if you look at the weekly chart, it looks like there's pretty good support around 92. So if it ever took out 100, there's some support around 92. That's $8 away. So, but right now, I feel you're in no man's land. Guys, this EXDR, I know it was my makeup for not getting into the VRT. Very nice. No, I'm surprised it's not showing up here. Now, there might be a reason. Well, there's always a reason. I guess the relative volume is too low. Yes. So what's happened here? Mhm. So remember my auction scanner, the relative volume has to be 3. So when you look at this, this is the EXTR. This is at 10:18. That's when the first alert happened. The price was 28.93. And that number there is 3.71. That's my relative volume. Okay. So that's why it triggered. And I was wondering, well, why isn't it triggering now? I mean, it's moving up. It's been a great trade for me, but why isn't it triggering? The reason why is that the relative volume and now is only 2.3. So it's not going to show up here anymore unless that relative volume picks up. Doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's bad or you shouldn't take the trade, but in case you were wondering, but you see how trades can come back. I mean, EXCR, I think, is a really good example. Obviously, the VRT is a great example. How trades can come back following something that's strong all day and sticking price alerts, things like that, on your charts, so that if it does trigger, then you click on the price alert, you check to see what's happening. What do I think of Disney as a short? Let's take a look at Disney. Now, most of the streaming services are still being hit hard by the strike. The writers and actors strike. So a lot of these streaming services, even without any other type of news, are they're not doing very well right now because there's really no end in sight. It's not like even when they come back, it's flipping a switch and the next day everything starts again. So anyway, Disney. So Disney has earnings on the 9th. In fact, well, how about that? I'm just looking here. I just clicked on the Disney news. Hollywood producers take a sit down with striking writers, the first sign of a stalemate break. Okay. Now Disney. Now I know Disney's going through another shakeup here. Disney's Yeah. So I mean, Disney's getting rid of. I mean, ESPN. I'm not saying they're getting rid of ESPN completely, but if you've been following what's happening with ESPN over the last few weeks, they've been getting rid of some of their big salaried employees that are, analysts or basketball, hockey, football, the whole bit. So Disney yeah, I think they're probably trying to spin Disney or ESPN off. But what do I think as a short? I don't know. I mean, the next low looking left is 85.59. No, current volume and relative volume are the same. It's just different way of I asked this before. It's stupid that we have it like this, but let me just see. They are the same. Okay, relative volume here, and I think somewhere else it says current volume, but it's the same. I mean, not we're not talking about current volume, like there's the okay, but I know somewhere else it says current volume, but it is the same. Okay, yeah, you see, it says current volume. That's where it says, but it's the same. Relative volume is the same as current volume. I mean, that's just it should be changed to one or the other. I would get rid of current, but it's the same. Okay, Jose. Because if I look here, okay, it is the same. You just have to trust me. Well, actually, my EXTR, I bet you on a percentage basis, is going to be pretty close to if I took the VRT. VRT is at 35 on a percentage basis, just because it's a little cheaper. Well, guys, tomorrow we'll still have a lot of companies releasing earnings. And again, I know Apple. I don't care about Apple. I mean, Apple's fun to watch and all that. I know they'll have after hours, but I'm not talking about the apples. And again, I know I sound like a broken record when I talk about earnings plays, but it's these other earnings plays that they're sort of fly under the radar for about 3 months, and then every 3 months a company has to release earnings. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to 3 o'clock, so again, I'm happy to stick around if there's some questions. Somebody was talking about cocoa earlier. Oh, and you're just talking about it right now. Wow. So that's a big drop. It's an earnings play. That's a big drop. Wow, that's a big drop. I mean, that was just sort of hanging around that 29, 29.50 to 3 mark. And then look at this drop. And I'm seeing it right here. While we're seeing it up here now too. And this is a new entry. Very late. 257, 27.18. Very late. Bit of a spread, yeah. 27.08, 27.28. Yeah, right now it is. Anyway, I don't know what it was like before. 27.10, 27.28 again. Yeah. kind of, yeah, very spready, which, 30 million in the float, that's pretty low for a $27 stock, but it makes sense because the fact that it dropped so dramatically. I think we saw this in the pre-market. Bank of America downgrades from buy to neutral. Maybe we didn't. I'm seeing this now. That's in Interactive Brokers, and the time of that one was 246, and then at 257. This is the definite target of 32. Well, it's below that now. It just came in. Okay, I thought maybe that happened. Let me just do a quick check. Yeah, you're right. I thought maybe I did see it, in the breakdown. Sorry, the downgrades this morning. But you're right. This just happened. That's sort of not usual to have it mid market or during market hours. Usually they do them after hours or in the pre market. Yeah, it's unusual. Well, for me, it's enough, Jose. For me, it's enough. Okay. Okay. So, Ashby, are you talking about the ability to be able to click on a link on an alert and then have it appear in the order entry from within Interactive Brokers? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about using this window to trade from within Trade Ideas? I shouldn't ask two questions. Okay, so what you want to be able to do is click on the alert and have it get into your Interactive Brokers account and then trade from within your trade from trade from within IB. Okay. Okay. Well, we've got a great little tool called Tools. It's called Tools. So now. You are hopefully using our downloadable application. You're not using our web-based version, right? Because this is only available. Oh, can't do it. You can't do it. You can't set up the link in the web-based version. You have to be using our downloadable app. Either have to be willing to use Parallels or some emulator, or use Amazon Web Services or something like that. But if you're using the web-based version, we can't set up the link. Are you using the web-based version because you've got a Mac or? Yeah. So general statement, guys. I mean, if you can always use a downloadable application instead of the web-based version. It's more fully featured, etc. Okay. All you do is this: click on the tools, external linking, and I've already got this done. Okay. So what you would do, you just click on add link and follow these instructions. So while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. I put my pointer. I put the pointer right in the order entry box. Okay, right in the order entry box, and then you hold down the shift key. So once it's in the order entry box, you hold down the shift key, and what'll happen is, I'm not going to do it. And the only other thing you have to do is, once you do that, is the rule. So once you've done that, this is what you're going to see. You will already you'll sort of be linked, and then you go to this rule, and it's you scan down, and where it says Interactive Brokers Live, you click on that and then say okay. That's the only little tricky part of it. Most of the time, you don't have to do this little rule, but with Interactive Brokers, you just pick Interactive Brokers Live. So if I were, problem if I do this, well, I'm probably done trading anyway. I got a new brokerage client. You are able to link trade ideas to, yes, to different accounts, different brokerage accounts. Yes, or yeah, you are. Yes, assuming the broker that you're trying to link to accepts the link. We don't guarantee that every broker is going to accept the link. They don't care whether we can link with them or not. Okay, and so a lot of times it could be trial and error. You go through this exercise, external linking, you add the link, and then you go, and then it could be trial and error. Some brokers, you have to put it in their chart. Who is your broker, Alex? Do I make at least one trade a day? Usually. Okay, well, so again, all you have to do is let me get rid of the link and see what happens. Okay, so add the link. Okay, I add the link, and then I'm going to follow this rule. While keeping this window active, mouse over the target window. So I'm putting it right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers. That's where my mouse is. I'm going to, just like it says, hold down the Shift key. And now you see what happens? It changes. It says currently linked window, Interactive Brokers. The only extra step you have to do is go to this rules section, scroll down, and click on Interactive Brokers Live and say okay. And now you're linked. Okay. Meanwhile, EXTR making new highs, VRT making new highs, and yes, Shady, CVNA making new highs, over 50 again. Yeah, so I cannot remember a day in which I didn't take a trade. I'm trying to remember. There might have been during I can't remember. EXCR would be showing up here, but again, that relative volume is just under 3, so it's not going to show up. Sensational short here also, guys, at SPR. Sensational short. Way back here, 945, $29, $22, $29, guys, $22. That's why I really just want to concentrate on the earnings plays while we're in this earnings season. I sort of got sidetracked a little bit with these crazy ones like Tup and Yell. Joan this morning. I did take the Joan. I did not get the Rad. But there's so many great, great trades to be made based on earnings, either on the upside or the downside. I mean, this is just getting picked. What is the yeah, so there's VRT. So an auction volume today, that's again total contracts, puts and calls 30,000. That's 12 times normal. Okay. These are the option filters that we have. This is what does it. Okay. But we have some obvious ones. So we have the put call ratio, option volume today, put volume today, call volume today. Those are some pretty obvious ones. This option volume today, I've asked them to change it too, but anyway, option volume today refers to the average number over the last 10 days. So the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. So in conjunction with this one down here, the option volume today percent, what that means is using this filter, say I put 300% right there, 300% ratio of 3. That means that, let's just say for argument's sake, that a stock has traded 5,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. For me to see that stock today, it would have to be trading at least 15,000 three times. So that is what's giving it the abnormal option activity using those two filters, combining those two filters. Canton, Ohio. No, I'm assuming you've been to the baseball. Oh, oh, okay. You can say the baseball, the Hall of Fame. Or is that the Football Hall of Fame? One of them's in Canton. I think it's the football. Let's see. Cleveland is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Where's the Baseball Hall of Fame? Cooperstown, of course, of course. How could I not know that? Okay, guys, sports talk now for the next 4 minutes. That's my true love, guys. This is just a sideline here, doing all this stock stuff. Yeah, the Lions looking good this year. Projected to win that division. That sorry division. That sorry, and then fill in the blank division. Okay, guys. Do I care or follow which market maker is a leader within a stock? Nope. I just look at the charts and prices. I have no idea which market maker is doing what. No idea. And listen, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do. For me, it just complicates the issue. Okay, to try to figure out, well, is this guy good or bad? And I just it just wow, look at Carvana. Wow. These analysts are going crazy with this Carvana. Your exact tech innovators mentioned stock. Look at that short float, guys, 47%. At least. Okay, guys, I think that is it for me. Any other questions before I wrap up? No. So the question in our YouTube room, within option plays, do you have a way to know which specific option chain has a higher activity? Just trying to eliminate, ignore if someone bought cheaper way. No, we don't have any way. I know they're looking to get a little more, some more metrics regarding options, but um, if they, I don't know if they'd be able to do that. I mean, I suppose, though I don't know if it's gonna make that much difference. You can have a the put call ratio added, so you can see whether there's more puts puts and calls or vice versa. But I don't know if that's gonna help. Not with that specific question, I know, but I've just been so impressed by this scanner since I reinstated it about, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, lying dormant for about 4 years. The option scanner or the option plays. I had this one up and running for several years, about, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. It was my favorite scanner, and then I don't know, something happened. It fell into disfavor, and I hadn't used it for years. And I resurrected it about, I want to say 3 months ago. It might be longer, only because I saw William and a few others saying they were looking. Somebody was saying, "Well, where'd you get that alert?" I got it from Barry's option scanner. I went, "Really?" So I decided to take a look at it again, and now I can't really figure out why I ever turfed it for a while. Not for a while. Yeah, the races for me were okay, but more old school still. I like to see the alerts. I like to see the real time alerts as they're happening. And what I do like about this, I mean, I knew it'd be way more active. This is a pretty active day now, guys. This is, almost full. Um, I knew it would become way more active once we got into earnings season because again, when a company releases earnings, and if the company is optionable, typically you're going to see an explosion in the option on that day of earnings. And we see it all the time. But it's still a relatively manageable number. Look how there's space. It's not like, you get 10 at 10:30 or 9:30, 5 at 9:33. There's still reasonably spaced so you can take a look at each one and figure out, if you want to trade it or not. But what I did like about it is when we were not in earnings season, we were still getting good option plays. Not as many, but we were getting good ones. That's a wrap. I think I'm losing my voice, so I better get out of here, guys. Well, Travis, you've heard me talk about the option scanner over and over. That's the one I'm impressed with. That and the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. Those are the two. No, I don't use any different scans because, oops, I don't use different scans because they all have the market pulls back. I mean, they both have both positive and negative. If I want to go long, these are the light blue ones. If I want to go short, these are the brown ones. And then my 10-day daily breakout, if I want to go long, there are the breakouts. And so it doesn't really matter what day, what the market's doing. And just because the market could be tanking, but you could still get a stock that's having a great daily breakout and doesn't care what the market's doing, or vice versa. The market could be ripping higher, and you could get a daily breakdown on something, and it doesn't care the market's ripping higher. So no, long-winded. No, I don't use different scans for different days. Even this, I mean, if when I get a little bored, I start looking at this one, momentum down or momentum up. So usually I'm covered. Doesn't matter what the market's doing. All right, guys. Well, you know what, Ron? I would support a trade-ideas.com and make that suggestion. Whoops. Coming from a customer, it's better than coming from me. Also, it gives them an idea about what, and I have no idea if they can do that ever, but it's no harm in putting that out there. Okay, guys, again, thanks for all of the help today. We'll see you tomorrow. The main room will be open no later than 8 o'clock. Then I'll get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening. We'll see you then. And YouTubers, it is now your turn.